Eh? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Zadu, can you hear me? Okay. So it means we are live now, is it? Okay. All right. Okay, we are just waiting for a few uh, uh, minutes, then we'll start our live. And okay, let's. All right, we want to start our live now, and we will. All right. This is Preacher by LM Timus Kunken Jaganja. Uh, we want to welcome everybody, and we've got 6 minutes to go. So we want to look at this very, very critical and very, very important topic because the whole world today is attached and in the mood of celebrating Christmas. Before we start, I want to say my name is Hamaneja Topi Prisjara by LM Tumsulkunkenim Jaganja, and I'm a member of Marifado Family Network, a cultural revival group scattered all over the earth with headquarters in Nigeria and in California, and with members on every spot of the earth. You will find one or two members here and there. So I want to say, when I begin this, no, I should have started this exactly 6 minutes to go now, but I think we have got a lot of material to cover. So first and foremost, I would like to give honor and thanks and gratitude to all the Horeziters, my ancestors, and all the melanin dominant deities and gods that have guided us this far. And also to live happily and in harmony with all those that appreciate what we look like and what we represent in this cosmos from all races on earth. And yet we have the opportunity to chart our own way forward and to stand on our own feet as a group of people. It's not a racism, but it's race consciousness. We do not need to lose that. We really need to be attached to that. So that's the work of Marifado Family Network. You can reach us on our website. You can go to www.marifado.org. You can join and send an email to join@marifado.org. And you can also enroll into our Bantu foundations. The Bantu Foundation course specifically is only primary. It should take you 2 years to finish. And once you finish the Bantu Foundation course, you are ready to be introduced to African mysteries or ancient mysteries. And these are exciting, spectacularly designed courses and trainings. I want to say in this session that we are going on, be prepared for maybe 4 hours maximum, 3 hours minimum. The material that we want to cover is vast, and we are also giving references and allowing questions and answers. And if we can answer your questions, we'll be very excited. If we can't answer your questions, we'll diarize down and go in and consult the Horaiziters. Just a side note, we no longer call our elders. We now call them Horeizita. Horeizita means one who has specialized and proved that he or she can work miracles and magic and that they understand the secrets of mysteries. They have proved beyond any reasonable doubt. We don't need to give them a certificate. They prove by the way they live. But I want to say this topic today is interesting because we are saying only Roman citizens celebrate Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, you are paying allegiance to your citizenship of being a Roman. Doesn't matter whether you have got a totem, whether you go to a church, whether you go to a mosque or a synagogue, as long as you celebrate Christmas, you are a Roman citizen. The choice is yours. You might have been manipulated into it, or you might have voluntarily given yourself to it, but rest assured that you are a Roman citizen. Now, for those that are a little bit academic, I would like you to give me one single verse or two from the Bible, from Genesis to Revelations, where Christmas is mentioned. The term Christmas is mentioned. If you can give me that verse, then I will surrender to your thoughts and the philosophies and spirituality. So there is no verse that says Christmas must be celebrated. Then the number two factor is that Jesus never lived. There is credible information and evidence that proves beyond any reasonable doubt to an open minded person that an individual called Jesus never lived. I have done a live video, which is about 4 hours, which proved that and which gave evidence and information about that. Have you ever wondered why the whole world celebrates Christmas today and followed by the New Year as if it's mandatory, as if it's a must? Almost all people on earth know that now it's Christmas, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Jew, whether you're a Hindu, a Buddhist, an African spiritualist, or anybody, even some African traditional healers, they buy presents and they give presents during Christmas, celebrate Christmas. I know in the villages where I grew up, Machokonera in Gokwe, even Bosnata, members of Zinata, would kill an ox and have a great celebration on Christmas Day, perhaps followed by a New Year. Why? Where does that spirit come from? There is only one obvious reason why the whole world celebrates Christmas. It is common sense, which must dictate to your conscious knowing that only Roman citizens feel obligated to celebrate Christmas because the whole world is suffering under Roman laws and the Roman traditions. By Roman, you can also put European or Greco-Roman. It's all the same. But at the moment, at the pyramid of Europeans, at the top of the pyramid, on the throne, is sitting the Romans are ruling and running this world. So that's why in Southern Africa, the whole of Southern Africa runs under the laws called the Roman Dutch law. And the traditions, our own customary law has been thrown into the dustbin. And our judges and our lawyers wear Roman regalia because we are under Roman rule. So all modern celebrations on earth have been eclipsed by the spirit of Christmas and New Year that are deeply rooted in Roman culture, European culture. You can't run away from that fact. Of course, we know that the Roman culture was once a subset of European spirituality, but through what we know as theopolitical force, the Roman culture has become the dominant force on earth today. And all the world governments, world corporations, multi-millionaires, billionaires who allow their workers, their friends to invite them and to participate in Christmas lunch, Christmas dinner, and Christmas parties. And it is obvious that there's a spirit that is behind all that. Sadly, even most people that don't go to church are influenced by this spirit and they observe Christmas to the T. If they miss Christmas, they won't like it. There is a way people have said spoken, and an adage that is popular in Southern Africa, specifically in Zimbabwe, where they say, "Ma Christmas awanda." Instead of counting their years, they say he has enjoyed too many Christmases. So It doesn't matter whether you follow Islam, Judaism, and Buddhism, as we have already said, you are allowed by your religion, which has not condemned Christmas, to walk into Christian citizen and fellowship of being a Roman citizen. Our own African traditional spirituality and healers have not condemned Christmas at all. Maybe today is the first time. Those that have condemned Christmas and refuse to observe Christmas are in the minority. Is the word Christmas itself found in the Bible? Which verse? Should it be there? There are apologists on Christmas sites who will not worry about whether this word is there or not. And they will say it doesn't matter really because it is the thought that counts. That's where we want to go and identify why that thought must count. A more comprehensive analysis of Christmas proves that it's a non-biblical pagan festival, in quotation pagan, according to Christian philosophy. So the etymology and the exposure of this word Christmas proves that it emerged from the Middle English Christian Mass, Christ's Mass, which is a terminology developed by the Catholics. Christ representing Jesus or Savior or Messiah as per Christian etymology and understanding and philosophy and spirituality, because there is a lot of Messiah knowledge, layers of Messiah knowledge that Christians do not know or accept or embrace. And then Mass, it's the Christian liturgy. So those two words already connects you to the Roman tree. If you celebrate Christmas, it means you are engaged in a Roman liturgy. Early Christians and their practices and their literature, they never mentioned December 25 as Jesus' birth date. How is this date now the centerpiece of Christian calendar? This is the very basis why anyone today who celebrates Christmas in one way, in one form or another, direct or indirectly, benefits commercially by selling more goods and then not celebrate it, is still a Roman citizen and is dipping his consciousness in the Roman pie. This is why we have titled this talk, Only Roman Citizens Celebrate Christmas. The Gospels provide no specific date for the Nativity, other than as proved in one of our live videos, Jesus, where we have showed that the source they copied their Nativity is in Africa, our own African spirituality. We look at that now, the Nativity scene depicted in Luxor Temple, 1500 BCE. So 1500 years before Jesus was ever thought of, our ancestors inscribed on the temple's walls in Luxor images that depicted the fundamentals of your Jesus: the Annunciation, Immaculate Conception, which is your virgin birth, the birth, the actual birth in the manger, as well as the adoration, the praises. And this was done not for Jesus, but it was done for our own deity, Horesu, so-called Horus by the Greeks, and Jgahuti, so-called Thoth by the Greeks, making these pronouncements, announcing to the Virgin Isisu, so-called Isis by the Greeks, that she will conceive Horesu after the death of Ausari, so-called Osiris by the Greeks. And when Jgahuti was doing that, he had the imbuement or the infilling of Kunefu, which is the Holy Spirit that had influed and filled him up. And he was saying, this Holy Spirit will go over the Virgin Isisu, and she will bear a son who shall battle to take the throne of his father that had been taken by Shatta, or so-called God Set or Isita, and then rule. That's Horesu, that's Horus, according to the Greeks. I want to welcome everybody who had decided to come exactly at 3 o'clock. We are at 2 o'clock, sorry. We have been on the roll for the last 16 minutes. So this is where they borrowed the story that you find in Luke and in Matthew. If one does not do the necessary study and the research on these matters, it will mean that they will not understand the history of Jesus as a pre-extant or extant Kemetic or African mythology. The origin of the transcendent themes that you find in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are predated by these sources in Hamid, in Mohenjo-Daro, as well as in Sumeria, or Somalia, the first. So, the second, sorry, because the first is found in Hamid in Africa, in Eastern Africa. So these themes reach far into ancient Hamitic antiquity. In the New Testament book of Matthew, if you read verse chapter 1, 20 to 23, you will find the Annunciation, the conception, the birth, and the adoration mimicked or written about. And a lot of people this time during Christmas, they feel emotionally attached to this. Jesus is presented, it tells us, by the angel of the Lord who appeared to Joseph, informing him that his wife Mary is pregnant by the Holy Spirit of God. And we are told and encouraged to believe this and to accept it as a historical truth. And then there is the census that comes on board, and there is also a lot of other paraphernalia around it that pushes the story into your consciousness, so that at the end of the day, you accept a Jesus as your Lord and Savior, born by a virgin at a certain specific time. But if you read Luke, you find that the identity of the biblical shepherds watching flocks during spring and giving a spring birth in December would be too cold for comfort, because it would be winter. And shepherding in Bethlehem, they would actually be not outside shepherding anything. So the Christians did not celebrate birthdays, because birthdays are associated with Hamit, with our ancestors. And because of that, they have connotations to the gods, to celebrate that the gods allowed your soul to come on earth. That's the purpose. That's the goal, to celebrate the soul coming and inhabiting a matter. And it's calculated not every 12 months, but every 9 months or 10 months, depending on when you were born and how many months you spent in your mother's womb. So if you spent 7 months in your mother's womb, and every 7 months is a year for you, you celebrate your birthday. That's not every 12 months, because every 12 months, that's Greco-Roman. Now, there are authors during the early times before the Nicene Creed who wrote discussions about Christmas or something resembling Christmas that was celebrated by them on December 25. There is an author, Sextus Julius Africanus, who is a Christian historian who wrote a book, Chronographiae, around 221 Common Era, or era, as they say, sorry, and suggested that Jesus was conceived on March 25, which coincided with the spring equinox. Now, when you read such statement, you already know that this is not true, because this is sun worship. It's connected with the celestial motion, and there's another theme that is deeper and that is parallel to the historical one that a lot of us believe. And then when you once you do that, it means December 25 Jesus is born. But it's not Jesus who is born, it's actually the solar, the sun, that you look at, Ilanga, Zua. Although his work does not prove that Christmas was widely celebrated during his time, it indicates that the idea of celebrating Jesus on this day had already started before the Nicene Creed, because the pagans, according to Christianity, were already celebrating these dates of equinox and the movement of the sun and stars and planets. It's a lot. Astrotheology is popular. You can research it and understand it. That's how you can also understand that Jesus never lived. It's all planets that are being involved here. So some key points that come from Sextus Julius Africanus include his 5-book series, Chronographicae, which are aimed to synchronize biblical events with world history. So you can see the purpose of what is happening here. We have got other scholars like Wes Huff, and many other apologists that now come and say Christmas, therefore, is not pagan or in origin. It is. It's clear because once you put these dates that predates Christianity, and you then want to say no because of the fact that it's written by our scholars. Your scholars were already apologists, were borrowing already. The church fathers were confronted by these facts, and they said Satan knew these programs beforehand and influenced the world to start to practice. It's there, the records are there. Many of our videos, we have proved that. So Afrikaners connected Jesus' conception to the renewal of creation at the equinox. That's astrotheology. You can never come out of that. You can be an apologist of not, but these facts are there. They look you in the eye. Sometimes it's a sheer waste of time to try to debate with the believers, but that's the fact that this is astrotheology. And once we put astrotheology, we have proof and evidence that Jesus never lived. He didn't live on earth. He was created, crafted, clothed by the clothes that we shall prove that these are these clothes. He can wear various clothes. His ideas, Sextus Africanus Julius, played a significant role in shaping early Christian thought, even though Christmas was not widely observed on December 25 until the 4th century. Very, very important to proving that if you celebrate Christmas, you are a Roman citizen, because they are the ones that then crafted and synchronized astrotheology, non-existent Jesus, into a potent date that was the same date with the people celebrating something else for a purpose of spiritualizing and evangelization. While Afrikaners were contributed a lot behind Christmas on December 25, it does not offer conclusive evidence that formal Christmas celebrations took place at that time. This is where these academics and academicians and scholars try to trip a lot of people. They come with evidence, they come with scrolls, they come with archaeological evidence. Oh, this is therefore Christmas predates the Nicene Creed. Yes, but while it predates Nicene Creed, it's not Christians that established December 25 as a holy day, or March 15 or 25, sorry, as a holy day. It's equinox, it's astrotheology. Now, when you look at these festivals that we have spoken of that predates Christianity, December 25 coincided with the Roman Saturnalia, which actually was practiced from 17 to the 23rd of December. The Jews, seeing that their kids and their children and the business is not doing very well, decided to have Hanukkah on the 23rd of December, just to, I say, the spirit festival of lights. And then dies Natalis Solis Invicti, birthday of the unconquerable sun. And there was also the Germanic celebration of the Yule. The church strategically aligned Christian scholarship and celebrations to run parallel with these existing festivals. Why? So that they can convert people to where? To a deity they were crafting or they had crafted, a deity called Jesus today. So let's give a documentation timeline here. It is clear. We are just going to summarize it because this is the expansion that we will do. That will take us hours and hours as we fill in the flesh and the evidence. So the first Christmas celebration was hosted in Rome, 336 Common Era in Rome. I always say Common Era for a reason, maybe. There is no mention of Christmas December 25 celebration writings before the year 200. Of course, they quote Hippolytus, they quote some other scholars here and there, but we are looking at the word Christmas itself and the argument towards celebrating Christmas. So the early church fathers, including Origen, opposed the birthday celebrations. That will be a problem to apologetics and those that deal in apologetics, because the church fathers that were there during that time or during the 100 years around that time, not 2,000 years later, knew that this is not correct. This is not ours. We don't need it. The Puritans banned Christmas celebration due to its pagan origins. And you understand that cultural absorption occurred, and Christmas trees were derived from Germanic paganism, and the giving gifts is a mode of Saturnalia traditions from Rome. The holly and mistletoe were sacred to the Druids. These are what builds your Christmas today. And the date you celebrate Christmas today aligns with these worldwide solstice festivals. It's a solstice festivals or the celebration of the god Ra, to simplify a lot of stuff. So uh, there is a question here from J. Perafelen. Please explain how Heru became Jesus Christ. We are going to do that, but it's a long process. So you have to be with us as we go along, because it's not like one sentence. It's a very long process that needs a lot of evidence and the sources. Because someone was accusing me of being like Billy Cousins. I'm not like Billy Cousins. I'm different. I'm a manager to be Priest Rabbi, LM Duzi, Kungenim Jakanja. I don't look like that. But if I'm like Billy Cousin, it means I'm doing a wonderful job. Maybe the historical evidence that demonstrates that Christmas, as we know it today, represents a synthesis rather than a systematic syncretization of various cultural and religious traditions rather than a direct biblical institution is clear, because the Bible itself is silent about that. That alone should shake every Christian. So here is the question: did Jesus celebrate Christmas? No. Is there a verse in the Bible that mandates you to celebrate Christmas as a follower of Jesus? No. First, before we go any further, we want to make an apology here. This apology is very, very important, because Jesus never lived. In his book, one of our greatest mentors, Dr. Walter Williams, in his book, The Historical Origins of Christianity, proved that there has never been a man that walked the earth in human form of any race, creed, or color by the name of Jesus Christ, also known as Serapis. That sentence gives you everything. If you know that sentence, you are in the clear. In our book, Free from God, if you get this book, Free from God, you go to chapter 6. It's entitled The Jesus Phenomenon. Much of what we are going to say today here can be found there, but we have refined a lot of points, a lot, because we are growing in the knowledge and understanding of our reality. It's a complex reality where we live in today. We shall share critical evidence in this video. We shall also give you sources and the spiritual proofs that in the New Testament there are 4 fictional characters who eventually were amalgamated into one. And each of these 4 fictional figures have a distinct biography and the origin. There is the Hamitic Jesus, which is Horesu, or Horus, or Heru, and who later became Serapis. This Hamitic Jesus can also be Ausari. The characteristics of Ausari were taken here and there. All right? The Jewish Jesus is clear. He's the one who said, I was sent only to the nation of Israel. And when the Syrophoenician woman was asking for something from him, he said, I am not here to give bread to dogs. A Samaritan woman to the dogs. That's the Jesus. And that's the Jesus who is the Jewish Jesus. He's the same in Matthew 5, 17, who says, I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, the Torah, to live according to the Torah. He's the one who kept the Sabbath. He's the one who was more of a teacher and prophet. Whether he lived and was here on the earth, it's nowhere here nor there. The proof is he never was there. Because there's a problem. If he lived, was he the seed of David or was the seed of God? So then there's the Greco-Roman Jesus who comes from our ancestors. He's the one who then was transformed post-Nicene to become the Jesus worshipped today in the whole world. So these four Jesuses, as proved in our book Free from God, are the ones that have confused a lot of people. And once you understand them, a lot of what my Father Family Network teaches and shares, and a lot of what other scholars teaches and shares, will be very clear. There won't be any doubt of what they are trying to say. So many of the preachers will be preaching, but they will be pointing either to a Roman Jesus, a Jewish Jesus, a Greco-Roman Jesus, or a mystic Jesus who was crafted, created by the Nicene Creed. So once we clear anything about this fiction of this character, eventually it will allow us to throw progressively the Greco-Roman Jesus as one who is being celebrated on December 25, and as one who has grasped and gripped this world in a vice for some time now, and for some time to come, he will remain like that. So we want to first and foremost look at the Hamitic Jesus, who is a Serapis-like figure. We want to put a historical context. In 332, 335, Alexander the Greek never ever called Alexander something else other than the Greek. We want to start to change this diction all over the earth for melanin dominant human beings. Let those that are of Alexander call him by whatever they want. For us, it's Alexander the Greek, conquered Northeast Africa. He established a new city and changed that city's name to Alexandria. And that city's name is Rakods. And the Mediterranean Sea that we call Mediterranean, this Mediterranean, that is called Rakodziba. Do your research. It's Rakodziba. That's its actual name. Do your research, you find that. So Alexander the Greek died mysteriously. He went to Siwa, where there were consultations that he did with some oracles. And then in 305 to 85, Ptolemy Sota started to rule. And Ptolemy Sota was a barbarian by every measure. He forced our ancestors to create a god for him, to make him a god. And with the guidance of Timotheus, a Ulyssinian priest, and also one of our own priests, Maneto. They call him Maneto. Maneto means one who makes you tired. Our ancestors were not foolish. They would name people by their character. So Maneto, they manipulated the system and they helped Serapian philosophy to be built up and to be started in Rakodziba, and commissioned the statue of Serapis, which was made by Braxis, which combined Zeus, which our ancestors had allocated to the Greeks as their god, and they also Ausari, and our great bull, Apis. Apis means Apisa. In other words, he is bent. In other words, he is crafted this made. He has produced an engine, a smell, a spirit. That's what it means. Now, in simple terms, they've manufactured a tokolosh. So this deliberate design gave the Greek appearance a bearded man resembling Zeus or Hades, and also modified the Atef crown into the hollow, which eventually was the crown of thorns, and also connection to Apis, which is also astrotheology. Once we pull these animals in specific times, and the hollow, which is Seku, is telling you of the zodiac. So that's where we are. And this is the Hermetic Jesus coming from Oresu, and now into the Father, Ausari, and now being incorporated into the Greek Jesus, whom we can call Serapis. At that time, Northeast Africa was a melting pot of religious and cultural syncretisms under Hellenistic rule. And Serapis, a Greco-Roman deity, was created and crafted for the Ptolemaic dynasty by our ancestors under the guise by the Greeks that they wanted to unify the two people. Remember, we had been conquered and they were the rulers. Yet early Christian apocrypha, such as the Gospel of Thomas, which was crafted and written in ancient Africa, contain proof that there were mystical alignments with its various deities, not only with Jesus. So let's look at the key characteristics of this schematic Jesus. He's more of a mystical, almost divine figure, and was never the focus of people because there were so many gods. People could pick any and they follow any they wanted. So all the claims that he walked on the waters, he was doing this, he was healing people's eyes. Those were miracles done by Horesu. Horesu was a magician, performed miracle, was the son of God, S-U-N of God, son of Neta. Right? So when you read scriptures like John 8:58, where the biblical or the New Testament Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. A lot of us and a lot of people think that this is aligning to the theology of Jesus. That's wrong. It is aligning to Hellenistic ideas of a pre-existent divine figure. I want to repeat that statement because it is very, very critical and important. If you get a Bible, you go and read John 8, verse 58, the argument Jesus was having with the Jews. And then he says, before Abraham was, I am. That statement is a direct pick. Now I'm saying this because there's evidence for it from Hellenistic ideas that existed before Jesus, before the New Testament. If you go to Mark 9 and read verse 2 and 3, the transfiguration, Jesus' glowing appearance, this is how the divine epiphanies in ancient Hamit used to occur. David I calls that shape shifting, and we call it ancestral possession. And that is when, as Manifado who were saying, may the gods appear. It was that this transfiguration we were looking for. And once we had this transfiguration, the gods had already appeared to you. And the confirmation would come in your consciousness. And then you would move forward with boldness. And there's no religion, no miracle worker, nobody who will challenge you because the gods have transfigured and transformed you, your divine spark, to glow. So this is also a connection to Alexandrian philosophy as well, which was borrowed from Memphis and was now deposited on a deity that was created by the Romans. So this verse, John 8, verse 58, a declaration which is often understood as a profound theological statement associating Jesus with the eternal existence of God, invoking the divine name that was revealed to Moses, Aye, Ashe, Aye, I am who I am, which is I am because we are, is a borrowing of Ubuntu philosophy, but Ubuntu mysteries. And Plato and all the Greeks who were barbarians had come to Northeast Africa, in Hamit in Africa, and sat down at the feet of our priests, and our priests taught them these divine truths. As we in Marfado explain these things, we leave a lot of gaps. We do not divulge everything. We do it in a way that if you go and try to practice them, you have less keys. And at the same time, there are two things that will happen. You either fail to have the manifestations or you manifest something that is different. So here, with these mystics, we are clear. So when you go to the Republic, a book written by Plato, when he describes forms, remember the statement that we always utter here: the real creator has no form, neither formless. We don't know. That's mystical. That's what I have said. So in his book, book 6, 508D to 509A, Plato says this reality then, which gives their truth to the objects of knowledge and the power of knowing to the knower, is the form of the good. It is the cause of knowledge and the truth. Let me simplify that. That's Mahati. When you practice Mahati, what manifests is good. It's simple. The Greeks, I laugh when I read their philosophy. Plato in 210 AC and 211 also rise. It is by this ascent and then that one may begin to move from these beautiful things to that beauty until he comes to know that very beauty itself, which always is and neither comes to be nor passes away. That's the ankh. That's the circle of life that moves away into the beauty of the earth and moves out back again. When I want to go far ahead, the Romans then took the cross, chopped off the ark at the top, and put a straight pole so that they say they go direct. That's another mystery. So the Greeks did not originate these sayings. They learned at the feet of ancient African priests, teachers. Ancient African narratives, particularly those centered on theology and cosmology, often explore themes of eternal existence, creation, and a divine self manifestation. In other words, know thyself. While the tone and context may differ slightly with what was brought in John 8:58 or Platonic philosophy, the concepts already pre existed. The systemized logic that you find in the logoic theologies taught in the New Testament or in Platonism. That's fair. For us now to prove this, we want to go to the source where the Greeks started. So you go to the coffin text, spell 1130. In these spells, the god Atema. Atema means the one who has put the law, the one who emerged first, the one who is in the darkness. Darkness equals waters of Nyunyu. All right? He was eternally existing before he existed, before he self generated himself to exist. I am the one who came into being in the form of the Bennu. Bennu. The Greeks and Egyptologists don't know this. They say Ben Ben. It's Bennu, Bennu, or Penyu, Penyu, or Penya, Penya, to capture the transformation and the transfiguration that you need to have. Bennu is African, it's a Bantu language, means being alive. That which is being alive, the body becoming alive. Benyu, pa, benyu. Penyu means being yours, that life being yours. And then they say, benyu stone. In other words, what stone here? It is the flesh, it is the solid reality. This flesh, matter, in the form of that which came into being of itself, pre-existence. Before Abraham was, I am. This is what Atema is saying. Atema here is Atum, according to the Greeks. This reflects Atum as a self-existent being predating creation and embodying eternal existence before Jesus was ever thought of. Right? Let's go to the hymn of Amunu. Now, I want to say, when we say Amunu, that's the term Amen that you use when you are after praying, or Amon, according to some Greek and Egyptologists. We call it Amunu, or Muno, or Kamuno, knows life. Amunu is known as the hidden. Then we have our own African term, ameno. Now it's hidden, a supreme deity, not the unknowable real creator, but a supreme deity who is described as eternal and self-sustaining. That was before Jesus was born. That was before Christmas. This is our own theology or philosophy or spirituality or wisdom or mysteries before anyone of the races you can think of ever walked the earth. Here is what he says in the written on the temple of Karnak. You are one, creator of all that is, the one and only maker of existence. All men come from you, and you are the sustainer of their lives. You are hidden to them, but manifest in your works. This I want to point out clearly. It's not talking about the unknowable real creator. It's talking about the creator, Amuno, deity, which in our language, Gombre, not Mondoro, but Gombre. I need that to be clear because we don't need to go into semantics a lot. They granted him to attain. Now, I want to say attain in our languages, the letter D and the T can be interchanged. The letter B and the V and the P can be interchanged. I used to teach this some 20 years ago, where I proved in one of my teachings that all the letters of the so-called alphabet today can be reduced to 10, because our ancestors counted 10. If you take the alphabet with 26 letters, all of them, we can reduce them to 10. M and N are the same. It's just that the other one is half has been cut. So waters of Nyunyu, M represents that. Waters of Nyunyu. Mvura Yenyunyu. Same. Anyway, I digress. So Aten is Adon. Adon. This Adon is also the same as Adonai. Others come and say Adonai. Adonai Eloheinu, Lord, which is another word for Yahweh, or substitutional word for the God of the Jews, or Israel, or God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But it had already started by Akhenaton, or Amenophis the fourth, who tried to introduce monotheism, and he was kicked off the throne. And our ancestors never tolerated him a bit, because there's a lot of gods. Makombwe akawandisa mondoro zakawandisa kune manengi. It's not one, there are plenty of them. So don't ever be cheated. That is only one god. What do you mean by that? That's what you need to know. So Aten was represented by the sun disk Ilanga as eternal and ever-present source of life. That was way, way before Jesus ever walked the earth, before Christmas, before Horesu. And the sun represent Ra, who is a primordial deity, right? He says, the great hymn to attain, you are eternal. You are in my heart. There is no other who knows you except from your son. Akhenaten, you created the world according to your will, alone and without peer. So that verse now is the Shema. And it is the one that was repeated by the Jewish Jesus when he was asked, what is the greatest commandment? He repeated the hymn to attain. So let's go. We are proving that the statement by Jesus that before Abraham was, I am, was a copy of ancient Kemetic narratives, which were copied by Platonists and promoted by Hellenists, and now morphed up into the New Testament after they had created Jesus. The church fathers. The Memphite theology, the Shabaka stone, or Chabaka, in other words, the king who ruled that area, who came from South Sudan. This king conquered and was ruling up to Babylon. The creation myth attributes the origin of existence to Putare, or Ptaha, who brings the world into being through thought and speech. Ptah conceived the world in his heart and gave it through his tongue. So when you read, let there be light, let there be that, it was predated already. Now, the themes that come now from John 8, verse 58, this I am, is all about self existence. It's our ancient Kemetic deities like Atema and Amunu and Putaha, depicted as self generating, existing before time. Because the primordial gods then created the universe, created time, created space, created everything. The power of speech or naming, this is where we derive that if you name it, you own it, brings forth existence or anything that you want to exist. Just like if you connect your thinking to Ptaha, you can then use your tongue and your words for deeds, not only words. So, same with the Logos, which you read in John chapter 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. We shall deal with that in a thorough manner. We shall split it. We shall prove to you that you are misreading it. Everybody has misread that, especially if you are a Christian. As long as you don't have the fundamentals we are talking about here. Now, we go to the Jewish Jesus. We are finished with Kemetic Jesus. He never existed, but they imposed their ideology on the philosophies that our ancestors had crafted and created. Now, let's look at the Jewish Jesus. And the Jewish Jesus is very easy to prove. It's called the seed of David. So, if he is the seed of David, he is not God, because David cannot be the father of God. Impossible. Rooted in the Second Temple Judaism, this Jesus is depicted as fulfilling Jewish messianic prophecies. He is portrayed as deeply connected to Jewish traditions, festivals, and the law. This is when we said if Christianity really wants to follow Jesus, the best they could do is to follow the Torah. Yes, Jesus followed. Therefore, Christmas won't feature. This is a powerful point. I hope you are getting it. The Jewish Messiah does not come twice. Like the stone cut by unseen hands in Daniel, the Jewish Messiah comes once and it defeats all the civilization, establishes the kingdom of God on earth. Therefore, if the Messiah had come, the true Messiah had come, I won't be debating like what I'm saying here. I won't be teaching what I'm teaching. I'll be following that Messiah. Because he would have defeated everything, including our civilization and including our gods. But he will not come because he never existed. The messianic philosophy that the Jews borrowed and taught to the world, they misunderstood the pharaonic or our king's anointing. It's another live debate, another live discussion that we will have soon. So this Jesus reinforces the legitimacy of Christianity within the Jewish sphere of influence based on messianic prophecies. Nothing can beat what I've just said here. So I've proved the Kemetic Jesus who is mystical, who is Gomre or primordial deities, many of them. And we are now proving the real Jesus that should be followed. In quotations, everything that I've said now, beginning with real, who is Jewish, who in Matthew 5 said, I did not come to abolish the law. So anyone who comes now and say, oh, no, and does not keep the law is following another Jesus. The Bible says that, the New Testament says that. Anyone who celebrates Christmas is celebrating another Jesus, not the original one. Straightforward, these things. So the emphasis on this Jewish Jesus is on the lineage of David, the seed of David, and the continuity of Jewish prophecies and messianism. And this one is a Jew, this Jesus. So let's give the evidence. When you go to Matthew 1, verses 1 to 17, you find the genealogy of Jesus. What is the reason for the genealogy of Jesus? That genealogy does not even give you the dates of when this Jesus was born. It establishes that this Jesus was a descendant of King David to fulfill a promise that was given of a Messiah that shall come out of the stem of Jesse, of David. But this Messiah is on condition that he does not die but defeats the kingdoms and establishes the kingdom of God on earth. Not the platitudes of the kingdom of God that Jesus teaches in parables. No. If you read Luke 2, verse 41 to 42, this Jesus attends Passover in Jerusalem with his family. And in Matthew 5, my favorite New Testament verse, if I'm debating with the Christians, including Wesley Huff, who to be this verse, I've used it in my debates since the year 2000 on television sometimes. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law, Grigeptai, or the prophets, the Tanakh. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. Fulfill does not mean abolish, as you read, as many have read Romans 10 and some verse there in Romans 10, 14. No, that is the end of the law. No. The law does not end, it's eternal. Jesus, in the same verses, the sun, the moon, everything can pass away, but not even an iota or a jot of the law shall pass away until all is fulfilled. So as long as the earth, the moon, the stars, and everything is here, that law, according to Judaism and according to the Torah, is there. So if you are a Christian and you read this verse and still keep Christmas, it's another Jesus. If you are a person like me, who is a scholar who likes to research and studies and read this verse and refuses to keep Christmas and then refuses to keep Jewish festivals, I have gone back to my roots. Straightforward, clear. So when you read John 2, verse 13, Jesus observed the Passover again, reaffirming his connection to Jewish tradition. So as I have said in my book, this one, Free from God, it's clear that there are many Jesuses, plenty of Jesuses, but we have come up with 4. But in this session, we shall show you more than 4 Jesuses, one by one, and prove to you. So when you do a critical analysis, this Jesus that we are talking about is deeply Jewish. And on top of it, he has a totem. If you read Revelations, his totem is the lion, comes from the house of Judah. Judah in Genesis 49 was given a lion. And the other totem that goes with Judah is the zebra, Mutube. So those two go together. It's important if you want to understand how Christians and Jews reason today. So any hint to depart from this Jesus, who was a strict adherent of the laws of Moses or the Torah, the 613 laws, shows and proves that you are now following another Jesus, as given by Paul in Corinthians. So the Greco-Roman Jesus we have established that exists. The Jewish Jesus, we have just given you evidence about that. So we want to go to the Greco-Roman Jesus. Christianity expanded into the Roman Empire. This is our source now. This is where we want to sit down, and we might spend a couple of hours on this because we want to move with it step by step. So I want to say now, what you have to understand clearly is that you have to remove the Hermetic African Jesus. The Jesus that President Vladimir Putin from the Russian Orthodox showed you, the black one, these were scholars that knew about Makombre, African primordial deities, and they were trying to depict Amen, Atum, and so forth by their God to draw your energy to their deities. So this Jesus, who now is sympathetic to Rome, and comes and he's saying, no, don't attack Rome. The kingdom, the rulers that are in power, you must pray for them, is the Greco-Roman Jesus. This is the Jesus who was popularized by the writer Paul, because Paul is the one who established Christianity. Without Paul, there's no Christianity. There is a Jewish sect that is a Messiah who was killed. But that Jewish sect is an apostasy from original Judaism, which believes that if someone comes and says they are a Messiah and they are killed in war, they are a pretender Messiah. You don't follow such a one, right? Now, let's look at the Greco-Roman Jesus from the New Testament, who was written back by a method of reverse engineering. So if you read Luke 20, verse 25, he says, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to Theos, or God, the things that are God. A Jewish Messiah would never allow such a statement to come out of his mouth because he will be at war with Caesar. All right? So Romans 10, verse 9, Paul emphasizes salvation through faith. If you confess with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved without works. That's Pauline theology that established Christianity, on whose foundation Christmas stands. When you go to Galatians 3:28, you now find the internationalization of the Greco or Roman Jesus. The Galatians were pagans. They were not Jews. The letter to the Romans was for the Romans, right? It's no letter to Africa. All the letters from Africa were rejected because Christianity is a European religion. The Bible is a European book. If you want to follow the original books, it's either the Tanakh without the New Testament or Partema Hore, so-called book of coming forth by day, or the book of the dead. In Galatians 3:28, we read, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and a female, them thou, theys. For they are all one in Christ. This aligns the Roman Jesus to the Roman ideals of their cosmopolitan unit that accidentally somehow blew off to become an international phenomenon today, where everybody we can see the Roman citizen by celebrating Christmas. This is a direct shift from the Hermetic Jesus, if I can say that in quotation, and the exclusivity of the Jewish law, that now you are being forced to embrace a universal message that appeals to Rome, not to Rakods, which is Alexandria or Memphis or Harare or Abuja or Johannesburg or Lusaka. Now you are being driven. And that statement that all roads lead to Rome, next statement, because we have been defeated. Now, the question now is, how do we pin on this Jesus, Serapis? How do we pin on this Greco-Roman Jesus, Christianity, which culminated in the significant power that emerged from Nicaea? This involves a fascinating exploration of religious history, theology, and archaeology, which we are going to explore in a logical chronology of the relevant transitions, key sects, and pivotal moments, as well as an assessment of why you are celebrating Christmas. And the reason being, you celebrate Christmas because you are a citizen of Rome. Now, we have gone for 1 hour, as usual, as our tradition. We will take a little break and look at the questions and suggestions. And if you have got any questions, please throw them in. Do not hesitate. This is why we have this live today. Now, we would like to proceed and look at the, because ladies and gentlemen, my friends, this is very important. The history between 332 BCE and 4 BCE, that 1,000 years, that one is what has determined this world. and the civilization in this world, and the spirits roaming in this world and attaching themselves to you if you are not very smart. So there was a cult of Serapis, 300 BCE to 400 Common Era. Very, very, very critical. Now, because that is the period of significance that's where we see the origins of all Serapis, upon which the Nicene Creed had the capacity now to have Jesus as a God. If our ancestors had refused to make a God for Ptolemy one Soter, there would not be these problems that we have of all these religions today. But the word Soter is those that study theology, go to university, do masters and PhDs in theology, they know that the word Soter, Soter, is where you get soteriology, which is the study of salvation in theology in Christianity. Ask your pastor, what is the study of salvation called? He will tell you soteriology. And then ask him, who is Soter or soteriology? Who is he? The pastor will hide, or the pastor will claim that if he knows, he will say, no, it is not related to Ptolemy Soter, but it is. So Serapis was a syncretic deity introduced by Ptolemy Soter to the world after ancient Kemetic priests had combined and made a tokolosh for him to sit on the throne of Africa, to rule Africa. Now, because of that, there is archaeological evidence that this Soter also incorporated Zose or Zosiku, whom you call Zeus. We call him Zosiku because of the spirit which came from the graves and resurrected from the graves. And he was saying this is to unify Africa and Greece. The Serapeum in Alexandria, or Rhodes, which is our city, and the statues of Serapis depict him as a bearded man, resembling later depiction of Zeus or Jupiter. Now, it's making sense, right? There are inscriptions and descriptions on coins during the Ptolemaic era and the Roman periods that show a widespread worship of Serapis across the whole known world. The world that is around the Rakodziba, Mediterranean. Right? So this is established. Now we have established a fundamental here. Then there came the theology whereby they gave these Serapis many, many attributes, like a healer, like coming from death, afterlife, and the afterlife of coming or of Serapis was in-laws, mdzim, or an ancestor spirit. But that is muffled when you read the scripts. But when you read in between the sentences, that's what comes out clear. Because clearly, these are our ancestors who made a tokolosh, a deity, a golem for Serapis to sit on the throne, to rule Africa, and to sit in her meat. They had to anoint him that way. Otherwise, he would not have ruled, and he was killing our people. And then the early images of Jesus do not exist for almost 700 years until afterwards. And when he started to appear, he looks like who? Serapis, Zeus, European. Now, we are saying anyone who celebrates Christmas is a Roman citizen. We don't want to lose that track. Then comes the rise of Christianity. We are dealing with 300 BCE to 400 Common Era. All right? Those 700, 800 years, that's what we are dealing with. All right? Early Christians are known to have emerged in Judea in the first century as a sect of Judaism. Now, this this sentence is now the searchlight now we are going to work with. Remember, Jesus never existed at all. But also remember, Jews were looking for a savior, for a Messiah from the yoke of the Romans. And the Jews we are talking about here are mulatto people. They are not entirely European or entirely African. I want to repeat that statement because it's very, very important. Although there is a great basis in the Torah to prove that the Jews were melanin dominant human beings, in history they were known as a faction or as a sect or as a Cushitic tribe who were chased away because they were following Akhenaton's heresy, and they were chased out of Africa because of that heresy. It's another story that we need to build. So in that century, they were mulatto. A lot of them were mulattoes. In other words, mixed. But there were also the other ones who were melanin dominant. That's why he said, my totem is of the lion of the tribe of Judah. In other words, I'm dark and beautiful, like in Songs 1:5. And when Moses did that and it became leprous, so that's another story for another day. So we want to establish that because they were fighting these colonizers as cosmopolitan people in Judea. And the messiahs, different messiahs would rise here, another day, another day. This was the environment. It was a powder keg of volatility. Because Alexander the Great had brought the Seljuk Turks and many, many others who are Europeans now. And they were there intermarrying and doing all sorts. So in the first century, there were many, many, many sects that aligned themselves to this messianic Pharaoh. And there were also dominant groups. And the four of them, the four that were dominant, were the Sadducees, the Pharisees. Interesting, if you read Matthew 23, the Jewish Jesus there, castigating the Pharisees and Sadducees, he says, you are white like bones. Huh? And he says, you are like snake whose skin comes out. Yeah? You know who's, right? So there were Sadducees, Pharisees, there were Zealots, and the Essenes. Now, I want to quickly say the Essenes, Mamapu story, who shave their head and leave the beards. The Essenes, they copied directly from Kemet. I have a picture and pictures of them in Hamit, a Semitic. When you say Semitic, we are saying mulatto, mixed. Semi means two people built together. So there were probably 20 groups there, or more than that, which you can find. And other small subgroups. I want to give this because it is a basis of how Christianity started. I'm giving you the history of how Christianity actually started. I've given you the father figures. I've given you the four major sources for the Jesus you worship today. One, Hamitic, who is mystical, who is a deity, primordial, claims that before Abraham was, I am. And we have shown you where it came from via the Platonic and Platonism. I've given you the Greco-Roman, who says, no, worship and obey these Romans. They give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. I've given you the Jewish Jesus, who said, I've come to keep the laws of God. And said, I've been sent only to the tribe of Israel, to the 12 tribes of Israel. I am not to the dogs. That's a racist statement, straightforward. Don't try to polish it and to apologize and to make apologetics around it. It's proof, it's clear, it's in the Bible. And now I've given the foundation that there was a lot of infighting there, because I've said the Jews that we are talking about that time were not purely Ashkenaz or white, they were mulatto, Semitic, our cousins, our brothers, abazukulu bethu, with totems. Because every melanin dominant human being has a totem. If you don't have a totem, you have lost it. You have been converted. You have been forced to throw it away. These were the people that were fighting against the hard yoke of the Greco-Romans, led by the Romans. And the four groups: the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Zealots, the Sicaries are some of them, and the Essenes. The Essenes were softer, nice, and like Mapostori. I've got proof. I can give you proof if you want. We were Mapostori with the beards and a long stick. They are there at the Kemetic walls. So, and there were the Ebionites, some of the groups that are coming handy now, who hid a lot of stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the Gnostics, who also wrote a lot of stuff, and they were there. And the Gnostics are more of Kemetic Jesus. That's why I always use their stuff, because they are more into the primordial deities. I'm enjoying this. If you are enjoying this, please just type that this is good. You love this. You enjoy this. Please share this information with others. Share this link with others. Let's come. Let's listen to this. Let's enjoy this. We are not even halfway, but we are having a good time. I want to prove that if you celebrate Christmas, you have a Christmas tree in your home, you have attended a Christmas party at your work, you are a Roman citizen. So I've given you, it's enjoyable. That's why I cough like that. I'm enjoying this. So there were other obscure groups. And we want to zero in on one of the most prominent and important obscure group. This obscure group is the one that gave birth to Christianity by reverse engineering by the Roman elites. If you understand that, you are with me. Let's move. So the New Testament, remember, was not there. Another fundamental point that I presented in my live video about Jesus, titled Jesus, is that the Bible does not predate Christianity. The Bible came after Christianity. That's critical. So when I say reverse engineering, the people that then canonized the Bible went back now and revised their history and inserted verses to sustain and support their Jesus. I want to repeat this statement. The New Testament, or the Christian Bible, which is different from the Jewish Bible, but the Christian Bible, the Jewish Bible is called the Tanakh. So the Christian Bible incorporates the Tanakh, the Septuagint, with the New Testament. So the Christian Bible does not predate Christianity. Hold that thought, please, in your brain. Just hold it. If you can lock it in your brain, hold it. Even if you were to debate with Westhouse, whom bamboozled Billy Carson's, and you know this statement alone, that the Christian Bible or Christian literature does not predate Christianity, you smash him like a toddler, like we are wrestling with a toddler. You lift him up, throw him up in the sky, throw him here. He will be a tennis ball with your feet. You kick him anywhere where you want. Because you will be then able to prove that they reverse engineered all the evidence that Westhouse brings to you. Whether it's a papyri that was dug somewhere, whether it's some evidence in the script, you say, hey, yeah, because Christianity started first without the Bible. And then they reverse engineered and canonized it. It's not like they canonized the Bible first and Christianity came after. No. Anyway, I'm just on aside here. I'm not sticking to my track here that I want to go. So I'm looking at Christianity emerging in the first century. Right? So the various little groups of people who were melanin dominant and some of them mulatto. Now, let me clarify this. If you are a mulatto, your father is European and your mother is a melanin dominant human being, we call you melanin dominant. We don't call you melanin recessive because you have got the original genome, right? I'll do a video about that. I said this on television in Zimbabwe in 2000 to 2000, 2000 to 2005. And some people cried, some professors cried when I was laying the evidence. And then now it will be worse. Anyway, of the obscure groups, many sects rose to prominence, and they were known by Roman intelligence. And our own sellouts were going to the Romans, say, oh, that group, right? And now, when the New Testament was written, it repeated some of the statements of that era, and they repeated some groups of that time. So, if you go to the New Testament, you know, Christianity, which was not existing at that time, the people that were following a certain Messiah and trying to practice a certain way, they were called people of the way. Paul is seen as the ringleader of this Jewish sect, which is called the sect of the Nazarenes. Aha, aha. But we want to be smart here. Early Christians would have emphasized Jesus as a Messiah if he lived, but they didn't. That's why they said the Nazarenes. The Nazarene, we wanted to come to that because that's important. Remember, we are saying there were so many sects fighting to remove the yoke of the Romans, and these sects were melanin dominant sects with a lot of people there that didn't want this Roman rule. But the Romans, like the Greeks, were scared to go down further south into this part of Africa, which was guarded by the 7 tribes along the Sahara there, because they were told that there are elephants there, they will destroy you. They never went. Even Alexander the Greek, they told him, there's a woman, Candace, there who will destroy you. Don't even go there. And he decided to go to another place to conquer it. Now, this sex that I'm talking about overlapped with the Serapis worship. So when these sects were happening, that Hellenized movement, which was started by Ptolemy Soter, was already there. Remember, around the Rakodziva, they were already there. And in Rakods, so-called Alexandria today, there was a significant number and a hub and a temple of Serapis, as well as those that were following other sects. So they would not go to the temple of Serapis, they would go to their own. And these were the people of the way. There were sects called the Nazarenes. It's one of the almost 30 of them. Though they did not really interact with the Serapians or those that were worshipping Serapis. These who were worshipping Serapis was dominated by those who are purely Greek and Europeans and Romans. Right? Romanized. Let me say that. Because Alexander, the Romans had already conquered in BC 40-42. It already dominated there, but they didn't really suppress it. They allowed that culture. They allowed you to practice your culture at that time before Christmas came into being, right? So there was symbiotic borrowing between this Jewish sect and these Serapis people. All you need to know is that the Serapis people had an actual deity they were following. And the Nazarenes did not have a deity they were following because they were Jewish. They would not have an idol. Their Messiah was yet to come. And if he was there, they didn't worship the Messiah. They were looking at if he is going to liberate them. That's why Paul was. So it is a sect of the Nazarenes. This Jewish sect arose, and at that time, it was known as the Way. And the Way, if you read in the New Testament, the Way are the Nazarenes. And Paul is seen as a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes. Now, it is this sect of the Nazarenes that was hijacked by the Romans. I wish I can say this in a much better way. So let me lay it quickly. We had the Serapians who had their god Serapis, who looks like a European, right? They were also doing their stuff there. And this whole area was ruled by the Romans, by the way. And the Romans didn't stop people from following their religions. As long as they obeyed them, they were okay with them. You could do whatever. This is the attitude of the Roman Catholics today. You can you can be a Catholic and still worship your ancestors. That was there then by the Romans. But the Romans were aware that there were these agitators or agitator groups, these 20 some groups, in which now their elites, the Roman elites, built Jesus and threw him in one of them as a Nazarite. So the Romans hijacked an early Jewish sect known as the sect of the Nazarenes, of which Paul was accused of being a member. And remember, they also said Paul looked like an Egyptian, looked like a melanin dominant person. And he said, no, I'm not. I said, you look like them. And he said, I'm of Benjamin. He said, I'm Dlamini mina. Paul says that in the Bible. And they said, no, I'm not. And they wanted, if ever he had said yes, they would have killed him because they had been told that people that come from feathers south of Hamit are deadly, are dangerous. Right? But they are warriors and they expected the Messiah to come from there. So if you read Acts 24, verse 5, you find Paul being accused as a member of the sect of Nazarenes. How so? There are historical observations about the evolution of early Christianity from these Judaic roots, from its Judaic roots, into a distinct and predominantly Gentile religion that smells of this hijacking. Very clear now. So I think we are all clear. If we are all clear, let's write there and participate and say what I have explained here is very clear. If not clear, I won't move further. Then I go back, raise your questions there. All right. So um, someone has pointed a fact there. Whenever you hear the word anti-Semitic, it's the ideology of saying you have got 1% of melanin dominance in you. Then they hate you and they dislike you. If you are proper, pure European, there is what would be the anti-Semitic for? Other than the religion that you may be following, that the one they can lie and they can dislike. So I've given a foundation here that is very strong. The Serapis sect around Rakodziba, which had a deity known like a European male, long hair, aquiline nose, and blue eyes, maybe. And there were other sects with the melanin dominant human beings who were following a Jewish sect, and many others who were around that time. The Romans were facing stiff resistance from this sect of the Nazarenes. But let's look at this Nazarene because it's very important. Because if you know your Bible and if you celebrate Christmas, this is our food now, which we want to display and share with you. The sect of the Nazarene was one of the several Jewish groups that emerged in the first century Common Era, centered around a need for a prophesied Messiah to come and liberate melanin dominant Jews and their cousins who were under the yoke of the Romans in Northeast Africa, which you now call Middle East, which never existed. Now, the existence of a city called Nazareth during this time or during the time of Jesus, as purported in the New Testament, has been proved to be a fallacy. Now, there was no city of Nazareth, right? So we have a lot of platitudes around Nazareth. There is evidence to share and to prove that such a city never existed. at least at the best, what has been proved by archaeology in the 20th century, and as a substantive proof, is only indicative of few little huts and maybe 50 to 100 people that could have resided there. So Nazareth during that time, first century, never existed as a major important city or village at all. It was insignificant during that Roman time. And yet, the Roman elites would go on and select their flatteries and their deity and pinpoint scripture to this place called Nazareth as a source of a Jewish Messiah. Very, very smart. They knew that if they point you to a city, a known place, you will go there and don't find evidence. So they picked a place which was more like a transitory stand where shepherds would rest for a few days. It was not even a city, it was not even a village. All right? It was a few homes there. So, remembering that the Bible came after the oral stories about this man or this deity, it is clear that the Roman elite reverse engineered Jesus' existence and imposed him and imported him and edited the Gospels to give their hero a biography that included Nazareth. But the key points around the existence of Nazareth is that in their Gospels that were written after Christianity had already manifested on earth, they mention Nazareth as the hometown of Jesus. And by so doing, pinned the title Jesus of Nazareth on him. But he never existed. Even the city of Nazareth never existed. You can read Matthew 2:23 about that. If these references are understood from the point that we have given, it is clear that Nazareth was constructed for theopolitical purposes. We need evidence about that. They have excavated a place which they thought is Nazareth, located in Israel. They have uncovered some artifacts, some structures dating back to the first century Common Era. And unfortunately, it includes very modest agricultural village picture. Very modest agricultural village picture. There are some tools there, some potteries, and some items that are consistent with a Jewish temporary settlement during the Roman period. In 2009, archaeologists discovered some of these remains, and after a lot of calculations, they would agree that maybe 20 to 50 people would have lived there. Its obscurity is reflected even in the Gospel of John, where Nathanael skeptically asks, "Can anything good come from Nazareth?" Whether that statement is authentic or whether it is a reverse engineered statement, that's neither here nor there. The fact is, the lack of historical evidence and the lack of historical mentioning of Nazareth is important. Nazareth in earlier Jewish texts is not even mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. Even in the writings of Josephus, there is no Nazareth. This is evidence that Nazareth was created by the Roman elites who were creating Christianity. It is like Sepphoris and Tiberius, which were prominent at that time, who do not serve as their source because they knew that that would cause a lot of problems because people would know that such a person never existed here. So the term Nazareth itself was and is a title of a group designation that the Romans knew of people that were fighting against them rather than a geographical place. Know that very well. The members of this Nazarene group were known by their distinctive dreadlock hairstyles, Who else in this world has hair, has dreadlocks? It's the Nazarenes, the melanin dominant human beings. And their appearance, the Mau Mau were the Nazarenes. They wore dreadlocks. And they were vicious and they were fighters. They wanted to remove the Romans from uh, Judea, from Africa, kick them out of the red line, beyond the red line. So this is how Nazareth became a city. So the Romans knew the Nazarenes. They knew their dreadlocks. They knew their valor. They knew what they were fighting for. They wanted liberation. Then they reverse engineered and imposed a Messiah and said, Jesus of Nazareth, who never existed. But the Seraphins were there. So there were two events there, major events of great proportion. Now let's go now to prove that Nazareth was not a geographical place, but was a term used for a movement. And the evidence that later editorial hands and fingers manipulated it as a geographical place. But we have seen it was a temporary place that nobody lived. They say maybe 20 people or so, but it was no way. So Netzer, we want to do the etymological proof here. Netzer, Netzer in Hebrew means branch or shoot. Now, if Netzer means branch, it was a branch of the Nazarene based on that, just like your branch of a political party based in Gokwe Sasame 1, branch of ZANU-PF. It does not mean ZANU-PF is based in Sasame, at Sasame school. There, it is based in Harare at Chibuku building. That's what it says. These are branches. So there was a branch of the Nazarene at some place there. A Roman branch too. And this is what the Romans did. They took that branch and they knew the Septuagint and went to Isaiah 11, where they found the netzer, and say a shoot or a netzer will come up from the stem of Jesse, from his roots, a branch netzer will bear fruits. So so now we have the proof now. Nazareth as a city never existed. The Romans imposed a Messiah and they created Nazareth as a place. And now the word Nazarene itself means a branch or a movement or a department. The Roman elites would have been aware of all this and they influenced early Christianity and early Christians to cherish this symbology, behind which Christians at that time didn't know that the Romans already had Serapis. So the Romans had Serapis behind, and they were dangling to all those people a Jewish Messiah who had no dominion or domicilion, because Nazareth never existed, but who was coming out of a sect that when they heard these Jewish Christians would know they are fighting to remove the Romans from power using messianic philosophy. That's the foundation we have. So Natsa is also a Hebrew term. Natsa means do right. Natsa means we have gone on the road, on the route, on the way. It's in Hebrew now. It means to watch. Natsa kuninkisa, natsa kutarira, natsa do it right. To guard, to protect. So this was a movement of people, Mau Mau people, fighting to remove the Romans, dominated by our cousins, Semites, mulattoes. Right? So these statements, the etymological words, imply that Nazareth was a watchtower or a guarded place where they would go and rest as they were fighting to dislodge the Romans. Straightforward. These were points like they have a place here where 20 people could settle, guerrillas settle 20 there, and then stay there for a few days, then move to another place. And the Roman intelligence knew that and came up with a great idea. which was to take that ideology of messianism and lock it at a geographical place and then name a non-existent Messiah as coming from that place, which is a two-edged sword. The idea of watchtower aligns with many interpretations of ancient villages that were lookout points during that time. So we have identified the Nazarite is like a Rastaman, Mau Mau, dreadlocks, straightforward, not a place, but a person who represents an ideology. And many link Nazarite term referring to those who look like the Nazarene and a vow, like Samson's vow to fight for liberation. All right? Let's look at Aramaic influence. The Aramaic language commonly spoken in this region during the time, before the time of Jesus, was also influential in forming this term. Because remember, if you name it, you own it. You name it, you can create it. So the Romans named a place that never existed, that was never a city, that was never a village, but which was a lookout point, a watchtower, as Nazarite or Nazarene. And then named and created their own deity there. So Nazareth or Nazara in Aramaic, Nazara in Aramaic. In Aramaic also, a leader at that time was called Iso in Aramaic. And that term Iso is a bastardization of Ishe, which means king or leader or lord or commander. Amongst these Nazarites or these movements, many movements, 20 or so, not the Sadducees and the Pharisees, those were more philosophical and the more elitist, and they were all aligned to Rome anyway at that time. Now, the Greek and in the Latin adapted this term and promoted it as the founding center of Christianity. The Roman elites did that. A non-existent place, a small guard post. It was not Christianity, it was the way, the Nazarene, the place of the Nazarenes, where they used to rest as they fought the Romans. The name Nazarene was then transliterated into the Greek as Nazareth. And you now find it in the New Testament. And then we put now their own God, their own deity there. And at that time, no Christmas, no date of birth. That's why the date of birth is just a problem. It's because it never existed. He was crafted and created and imposed in the Nazarite. So let's conclude this important section. Very, very important, because we are now going on the other side of the story here. God, the name Nazareth, has roots in Hebrew, in Bantu, in Aramaic. The prominent theories around it were then imposed on a philosophy that was already operational, guerrilla type or guerrilla warfare type. Netza branch, as well as Natara, just to do it right. Watchtower and the fight. Its meaning was symbolic at that time, especially to these sects that were looking for deliverance. And on top of that, unfortunately, the Romans, their elites, their thinkers, their philosophers went in and hijacked that and planted the illusion of an actual Jewish Messiah with humble origins there, and then reverse engineered the Bible to give that image that now Christians carry in their consciousness. But that image that they carry in their consciousness is Serapis. That's why there's no date of birth of Serapis or of Jesus. It is clear then that it is this group of the Nazarenes, this sect which observes Jewish law, the Torah, and the rituals, which gives us the Jewish Jesus. and also the imminent desire for the rise and the coming of the Messiah. And when they spoke of the kingdom of God, it was the kingdom of the Messiah which had removed the Romans there. But the Romans were not stupid. They were smart. They didn't remove it as Marcion wanted. They let it in there because they knew that people will not split hairs to understand what we are saying here. So now we are in the calmer waters, whether Jesus lived or Jesus never lived. It's neither here nor there. He is now there. Right? It is clear that the theopolitical agenda that the Greek elites were pushing has now laid its foundation anew after 300 years of Serapis. Romanizing that spirituality now m- made it possible and demanded the logic to have a physical representation of Serapis now popularized as a messiah. Serapis now can never remain confined to a deity of the Hellenists and the Africans. He now is to be internationalized and accepted the whole world. It's called theopolitical agenda. And because of that, now we have Christmas, and now we have the term Nazarene as a term not originally derived from Jesus by association or by any means, but was first used as a guerrilla tactic to fight the Romans. Now the Romans have taken it Bushido style and they have reversed it using its own energy to attack and to defeat humanity to worship their God. What a wonderful and a method that the Greeks used. Very, very, very clear. So once you know that the Gospels were written after Christianity had started, and the Gospels were edited by the Roman elites, you will understand now that the Gospels of the New Testament that describe Jesus as being born in Bethlehem, another problem, not Nazareth, will now need to be clarified. He is often referred to as Jesus of Nazareth, but Nazareth never existed as a city. The story was crafted to point to that place that had caused a lot of havoc to the Romans. Hence, they would put a Roman Jesus who would say, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. It was to pacify these movements. It's straightforward. I wonder why we can't pick it as Christians. Straightforward. For they now often refer to Jesus as a man of Nazareth, as a carpenter from Nazareth, because the story was crafted to point to a place where he was raised and spent much of his early life in a village that never existed, but now exists in your brains, put there by the Roman elites. But Bethlehem is a problem. Why? Because in the Gospels, if you read Matthew 2, verse 1, and Luke 2, verse 4 to 7, Jesus was born in Bethlehem, a small town near Jerusalem. Now, Bethlehem, Beth means place of bread. It's pointing you to Hamit. That's the problem. That's why the Roman elites, when they were studying this, they realized that anyone who will dig a little bit deeper will be driven to the Jesus of Hamit. Once you arrive to Jesus of Hamit, you want to worship their Jesus. You start to deify and obey your primordial deities. So they said, no, this connection to Bethlehem should fulfill Jewish messianic prophecies, such as the one in Micah 5:2, which says that the Messiah would come from Bethlehem. So if the Messiah is to come from Bethlehem, what about Nazareth? But you, Bethlehem, Ephratah, though you are small among the clans of Judah, among the totems of Judah. That's what clans is. Amongst the clan and the totems of Judah, the Lion of Judah, the Deborah of Judah. Out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel. But Jesus never ruled Israel. They put there that he's the king of the Jews, but he never ruled. So the Messiah in Micah 5:2 is a Jewish Messiah. He will rule the whole earth, but he never came. So if they had left it like that with Bethlehem, then people would look into this messianic prophecy and say, no, he's not the Messiah. Then they had to build the Nazarite theology, the Nazarene that never existed, and imported it and put it in your brain, downloaded it into your brains. If you believe in Jesus. According to Luke, Mary, Joseph traveled to Bethlehem due to a Roman what? Census. These are the keys and the clues. Requiring people to register in their ancestral town, and Jesus was born there, not in Nazareth. They say he was brought up in Nazareth, which never existed. That's why Nathaniel said, can anything good come from there? Because he knew that people that came from that place never were able to be fighters. That was the center point, which was not very, very powerful. And on the cross, the inscription ordered by Pontius Pilate was very telling. This is the clue. Here is the clue. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, by whose authority? By the Roman imposition. The Roman elite who wrote the New Testament left clues, which if you know how to walk, you will know and you find, okay, here, okay, there. Okay. It doesn't even need to go to university. But if the Christmas spirit is in you, some of the things that we are saying here, you will never see them. They'll fly out of you. Here it is said Jesus was born in Bethlehem as a king, a messianic king who will rule Ephratah. He will rule with the totem, the lion totem. He will rule Israel. But they knew that Israel is not being ruled by that one who was born in Bethlehem. So they created Nazareth, which never existed. But they knew that we have problems with the people called Nazarene who wear dreadlocks and who are warriors brave. But and Nathaniel said, no. These people, don't they're not doing any good, these people. And then Pontius Pilato said, because this never existed, and they put this in the New Testament, they put it in the Bible, so that when you read it, you say, oh, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. King by who? Whose authority? By Rome. Why is there confusion about this? The distinction between Jesus' birthplace, Bethlehem, and his hometown, Nazareth, is not a mere misunderstanding, but it is our proof that he never existed in spirit or physically, but is a character of use by the Greco-Roman elites, the gospel writers themselves, who were intent on connecting both locations for ultra political machinations, theopolitics. So Bethlehem would come now to emphasize Jesus' Davidic lineage, as King David was also born there. If he was the seed of David, how was he God in the flesh? Impossible, right? So knowing this, they created Nazareth to underscore his humble rural origins and align his identity with something important here, Galilean. Take note of this, Galilean. Take note of this, Galilee, because we are going to show you something to prove that this was a guerrilla movement that was troubling the Romans. And the Romans decided to hijack it. And when they hijacked it, they put Serapis there and used the Bushido style, reversed it as energy against the Jews, against everybody. And by conversion, you become a Roman citizen. Straightforward. This theopolitical model is the one that gave birth to Christmas. look at modern debates and observations that support the reverse engineering and the Bushido style used in the Gospels by the Roman elites. Some scholars and skeptics, good skeptics, realize that Bethlehem's historicity as the birthplace of Jesus clashes with a real Messiah, because the real Messiah must rule eventually. Of course, there were archaeological evidence that is there. There's archaeological evidence where, for the first century, Bethlehem is limited, leading to a view that it is symbolic and narrative only. Again, Bethlehem is falling short of something significant. Remember what I told you a few minutes ago. It's pointing you Bethel, it's pointing you to house of bread. What is a house of bread? Oh, sorry. Nazareth as his only hometown imposes a problem because the Nazarenes were a movement, not a village. So, according to traditional Christianity and their teachings, based on their dependence on the New Testament, which came after Christianity had started already on the earth, the Holy Roman Catholic Church created Jesus as a fictional figure, now a real deity born in Bethlehem but raised in Nazareth. That's what you now go. The dual association reflects both their intention on royalty, lineage through David and Messianism, and the humble origins. And now we go to the next point. His upbringing as a Galilean, as a gorilla, a warrior, because they had a problem with the Nazarenes. Sorry, the distinction between these locations and this understanding is the true way how you can eventually understand how Christmas came about. How Christmas is now a global phenomenon because of theopolitical theology, which claims the gospel were crafted and inspired by God, yet they were written and edited by Roman elites. To understand the technical details, we invite you to read the book by Dr. Walter Williams, The Historical Origins of Christianity, to also read Caesar's Messiah, a book that is you can find on Amazon. We want to offer proof now that Jesus never lived, and we continue. On one hand, there are many failed messiahs within the Jewish first century era. These tried to remove Roman hegemony, and this culminated in the destruction of the Second Temple. It is this evidence of the destruction of the Roman temple, of the destruction by the Romans of the temple, that gives us the evidence that Jesus actually never lived, because the Gospels were reverse engineered to suit the origins and the historical origins of Christianity. Jesus never lived. He was a figure created by Rome to pacify, by way of divide, rule, and conquer Northeast Africa, because there was there a lot of Yehoshuas or redeemers or gorillas or Natsaras who were fighting to destroy the theopolitical hegemony of Rome. Now, we come to the crux of the matter. As we glide logically to offer more proof that today it's only Roman citizens who celebrate Christmas because they are programmed, ignorant, and conditioned to nurse a Roman spirit in their hearts. And this was the aim of the Roman elites in the first century. In the first century, the Roman elites wanted people to worship and to nurse their own deity, not their tribal deities or Hamitic deities or Jewish deities. No, they wanted a Roman deity in people's hearts in the first century. And for 2,000 years, that was their aim, and they have succeeded, because the whole world today bows down to Christmas. So the first century was a turbulent period for the Romans because it was marked by messianic fervor and suicidal wars in which a lot of melanin dominant people and their cousins, the mulattoes, fought to remove them from Northeast Africa. These movements always ended in failure, leading to Rome's crackdown and culminating in the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD. Jesus never lived. Jesus never prophesied about all that. It was reverse engineered to suit that. Critics have proved that the content you read in the New Testament is reverse engineered to give a historical existence of Jesus in Nazareth, yet Jesus never existed. Nazareth never existed. It was a Nazarene, a movement that was fighting the Romans. So the Romans were smarter. They came up with a tactic. And they invented a theology and a construct that then suits what we see today. Let's give you now evidence, names, and places. Remember, the Nazarene and Nazareth was also connected with Galilee. So the messianic Jewish figures of the first century included several individuals who led movements with messianic fervor, messianic warrior, messianic bravery, hoping to dislodge the Romans from power. And Judas the Galilean, when did he come? 6 Common Era. He was a leader of the Zealots, a group that opposed Roman taxation and rule. No wonder why, when you read the synoptics, it was the censors that had to do with tax. And it caused havoc. That's why you read it in the New Testament. It had nothing to do with the actual censors, with actual Jesus, with Nazareth. It had a lot to do with Judas the Galilean. Right? He's mentioned in Luke 2, verse 2 of Quirinius, who ordered the census. Now you find that your Jesus, now the created one, the elitist one, is now tied to this Galilean, but they don't tell you about this Galilean because they want to pacify people who lived there, but they are preparing a deity for the future. The outcome of that revolt was that it was crushed and Judas was killed. Therefore, he was a failed Messiah. Now, Micah 5:2 of Bethlehem, of the Messiah who shall rule Israel, will never now be important because the Jews will say he's a failed Messiah, never follow him. And the Christians, who sects now, would never follow that one. And the Romans knew that. So they had their Nazarene, Nazareth, right, dangling there as a Messiah. Smart. Smart. So the foundation that was led by Judas the Galilean laid the foundation for many other zealot uprisings, including the Great Jewish Revolt of 6670 CE that culminated in the destruction and the renaming of Canaan to Palestine. All right? Now, this was connected to Jesus. Judas is mentioned in Acts 5:37 as a failed leader whose followers dispersed, a fate that early Christians contrasted with the enduring legacy of Jesus. See? So here is my admission here. I want to admit here. Judas the Galilean actually existed, but he was not Jesus Christ. He was a guerrilla fighter who didn't like text, who thought he was a Messiah, and he was crushed. And the elites took some of his stories and put in Luke as the census of Quirinius. But happened 6 years after the so-called birth of Jesus, according to the Roman elites, the Greco-Romans. Another one, Judas. He came later. Right? He was a self-proclaimed prophet who led a group of followers to the Jordan River, promising to part the waters like Moses. The movement was seen as a challenge to the Romans, who crushed it. And the Roman procurator, Caspius Fadus, sent troops and suppressed that movement violently, killing Judas and scattering his followers. These are the events around which Christianity would emerge. Events created by Roman elites. Right. So this Judas is mentioned in Acts 5:36, and like Judas the Galilean, his failure is used in Acts to distinguish Jesus' movement as divinely ordained and enduring. So you see what the Roman elites are doing? They are taking these guerrilla warriors and fighters, and they're putting their history in the Bible they are writing. And once they do that, then they put their Jesus around him and they polish him out. And the people today can't read, distinguish that. Now we come to the Nubian, the African in the 50s, Common Era. A Jewish revolutionary referred by Josephus involved an African who gathered thousands of followers. In the Bible, it's called the Egyptian. He led them. This is why we say these are our people. These were Africans trying to liberate themselves. He led them to Mount of Olives, claiming that the walls of Jerusalem would fall at his command. The Roman governor Felix suppressed that group, killing many of its followers. The Egyptian, the African escaped. Now, what did the Roman elites do? They took this figure, if you read in Acts 21 38, and coined him, took this figure of this Egyptian. I want to read something here. By if you read in Acts 21 38, Paul is mistaken for the Egyptian. The similarity in messianic claims and failed outcomes highlights the commonality of all such movements. Right? So we go to Simon Bacchioria, a prominent leader during the Great Jewish Revolt. Simon claimed messianic authority and led a faction fighting against the Romans. This really happened, but Jesus never existed. The Romans would take these people and their stories and plant them in the New Testament. He was captured by the Romans. He was paraded in Titus' triumph and executed. They crucified him amongst other rebels. There was the Sicaries who used to carry daggers and they slay the Romans. Then we go to Menahem ben Yehuda, a descendant of Judas the Galilean who declared himself the Messiah during the Great Revolt. Menahem seized control of Masada and later attacked Jerusalem. He was killed by rival factions within the Mennonite dominant resistant movement. He was sold out by one of his own. That's the story. Menahem's fate as a failed Messiah illustrates the figure and the frequent overlap and the political aspirations in the first century Jewish movement. Jesus was not even there. The New Testament was not even there. These are from historical evidence and the facts, no New Testament. And the Roman elites were coming up with their plan, Bushido style. So we have got Barabbas, who is mentioned in the gospel as a prisoner released instead of Jesus. This was another one, Barabbas. It is Bar, the son of the rabbi. There was a rabbi there, and his son was a revolutionary. It's not even Jesus. Barabbas is described as a rebel who had participated in some revolt. He was a zealot, he was a Nazarite. His presence in the narrative reflects and it tells us of the revolutionary figures of that period and how they were then hijacked and put in the New Testament and all put into Jesus. Then we've got Simon the Zealot, who apparently was the disciple of Jesus in Luke 6:15. These are the Roman editing stuff here. But this zealot existed. Now, when we look at this, our argument clearly is that the mere prevalence of these messianic claimants, combined with the lack of contemporary evidence for Jesus, raises our understanding that Jesus of Nazareth was invented and later became a composite figure who incorporated some of the aspects messianic of these people. These are the actual people that existed. So the prototype of a failed Messiah gives you this understanding that the failed Messiah would gather followers. They would claim divine authority and they would be executed and die. And after that, their movement would disperse. Isn't that the story of Jesus? Yes, it is. Then the Jesus narrative fits this mold. And yet, posthumously, it has been promoted by the church fathers through reinterpretation of his so-called resurrection and the spiritual kingship and the kingdom of God. Unlike figures like Judas the Galilean or Theudas, who are mentioned in external sources, like in Josephus, Jesus has no clear contemporary corroboration outside of Christian texts. I think you know why. And you know. So the concept of a Messiah as a suffering servant, Isaiah 53, is not to be understood as a true reflection of Jesus. Because the Jewish Messiah does not fail. The Jewish Messiah removes all the governments on earth and rules. We won't be arguing like what I'm doing here. While Jesus shares a lot of other factors with these revolutionaries, his dominant characteristics are non-violent approach. I wonder why. Unlike Theudas or the Egyptian or the Kemetician, Jesus' teachings portrayed in the Gospels emphasize non-violence and spiritual liberation. That's the Romans creating a Messiah to pacify these movements. But the Romans failed in the first century to do that successfully because they had to go and destroy the temple and thoroughly suppress and capture a lot of melanin human beings and destroy a lot of them. Then the reason for Jesus' post-human success, which most failed messianic movements faced, is not because Jesus existed, but it is because of the theology and the theological interpretation that was imposed on the world by the Roman elites. And they did so easily by creating another scholar, the Roman elites. This other scholar is Paul. And Paul who do become the vessel through which the Roman elites create and promote their Jesus and their religion, Christianity. Because Paul took the Jewish message and the theology and de-emphasized adherence to Jewish law. In other words, removed the Jewish Jesus, removed the Hamitic Jesus. And the focus is instead by faith and through teachings, giving the foundation of Gentile-centric Christianity that moved away from its Hamitic and the Jewish roots. This was done by the works of the church fathers. We have gone a long route to prove that Christmas has become a national, an international, a global, a worldwide phenomenon. This history we are giving gives you the foundation to stand on and to really realize that yes, we've given evidence, proofs, arguments, left, right, and center. So we now look at the Roman elites now and their work, how they went about it. The Roman elites did not work alone. They were a department and a branch of the Roman Empire. The Roman elites did not worship Jesus. They worshipped Sol Invictus, their religion. But they knew, just like what the Roman Catholic does today, that you allow the people to have their freedoms and they formalize the systems that these people operate in, financial system, military system, jurisprudence, and so forth, which is what is there today. So the Roman Empire, which is there today, allows me to build a temple to Isisu. Yeah. Allows you to build a Mormon temple, a Christian temple, anything allows apostle to go under a tree. But they know that the system, the money you use to go there, the petrol you drive a car to go there, the laws, the rules, regulations, the schooling, they are the ones that are running. So the Romans repressed the Jewish revolts. In the first century, tensions between Jews and Rome and Roman Empire culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, 66 to 73 common era, and 132 to 135 CE. These dates are critical because if you are to argue with a scholar like Wes Huff, who smashed Billy Carson's, these are the two periods you need. So AD 66 to 73 gives you the foundation of how Christianity was formulated without the New Testament, right? And the people that were formalizing it were the Roman elites. Hence, they were suppressing any form of Christianity that carried messianic tendencies. But that which carried pacific tendencies, they embraced it and allowed it. I'm talking of the independent groups. But during that time, on their own, they were formalizing these books and formalizing their Nazarite hijack that they had done. So in 132, 135 AD, the Jews revolted again and they were suppressed. These conflicts led to the destruction of the Second Temple, and then from AD 135, the total marginalization of melanin dominant groups which were following the Jewish Messiah. The Jewish Messiah, remember, is more of a primordial deity who will come and establish the kingdom of God on earth, not anything else. Who says the kingdom of heaven is within you, not the kingdom of God is within you? That is the Jewish the Messiah. So there was a shift from Jewish to Gentile Christianity, a deliberate shift. So the Nazarene sect, which was closely tied to the Jewish movement, was taken over and hijacked by the Roman elites because they liked Nazarene, which they had created, which was not a geographical place on earth, which was a watchtower, a guard, a branch. It was their branch now. Over time, Christianity evolved into a predominantly Gentile religion. Roman leaders found in Christianity a potential tool for unifying the empire, particularly under Constantine in the 4th century. I want to say this is a scholastic position, but the actual position is that they now started to promote Christianity, which was favorable to Rome. anything not favorable to Rome, they would destroy and they kill you. They never gave you a chance. If you were messianic in the sense of removing the Roman rule, they would destroy and kill you. Just like today, if you start a war in this world to remove the elites who have the financial system, political system, military, and so they will kill you. They will assassinate you straightforward. All right? So they then started to distance this Nazarite movement away from Judaism and push it towards Rome. The transition included giving them a book in which they could reinterpret a Messiah or Jesus as a universal savior rather than as specifically Jewish Messiah or Hamitic Messiah. That alone is enough for me to say, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's meet again tomorrow. But I've got 2 hours more to kill. So the Romans hijacked the Nazarenes, and by the time of Constantine, they already had their own favored sect. And when you hear that Christians were persecuted by the Romans, the ones that were persecuted were Jewish sects that refused to obey the Jesus of Rome. So by the time we get to the Nicene Conference, they had already been in the process of suppressing Jewish practices. But in the process, in the growing Gentile church, there was that tension now that started to arise, in which the Jewish law as well as Gentile law were always in tension and they're fighting. And then you get an individual like Paul, who really didn't exist, but is a Roman elite who identifies himself in the Bible, come up with texts to destroy the Jewishness of the early Christian movement and early Christian theology. So then the Nazarites that had been hijacked by the Romans underwent significant development under a Roman tutelage and parentage, and it incorporated a lot of Greco-Roman philosophical ideas now and imperial ideology now, in which then it was easy for them to still have a Jesus whom they called the Messiah there, in order for them to be able to convert those other sects. That's why you find your Paul says, when I'm with the Jews, I'm like the Jew. When I'm with a thug, I'm like a thug, to win all to this Roman Jesus. So that they're building an empire. The evidence of hijacking can be seen clearly if you study the decline of the Jewishness of Christianity itself now. Early Jewish Christian groups, including the Nazarenes, which had already gone, hijacked, destroyed because they never had a domicilion, and the Ebionites were marginalized and never appeared again by their practice as revolutionaries in the Roman Empire. By the 4th century, references to Jewish Christian groups and their historical records often depicted them as heretics. Now we are in clear waters. We've come from a dungeon of a lot of stuff. We are now in very, very clear waters. And then it was left to the Romans now, and the Roman emperors, and Roman elites to now adopt Christianity and they make it the religion of the empire. And now the Christian that becomes the religion of the empire is not any of those 20 plus sects. It is the Nazarene sect minus the dreadlocks and the Nazarene, ideology. I think I deserve to clap my hands for this and to say, if you are enjoying this, please uh, put a thumbs up. If you want us to continue, put a thumbs up. And you see, I'm wearing my reading glasses because I've gone on for a long time. I want to read a section here. So, Roman emperors like Constantine and Theodosius I institutionalized Christianity, aligning it with state power. And the Christianity there institutionalizing, you now know, never actually existed, right? But it's a reverse engineering of the Nazarites who never had a domicilion and who never existed, but were a movement that was fighting them. How clever are these Romans? How smart are they? Yes, they're smart. So when the Theodosius and Constantine now are appearing there, remember, I want to add something here. The church fathers who predate these people were already aligned to Rome. We said it in our video, Jesus. We're already aligned to Rome. We also said it in our live video, the prophets, about the prophets that never were. So, of course, they now have got tools. They have their doctrine, which is Serapis now, is coming at the front, whom they are saying is Jesus, whom is a Nazarene, who never existed, but who came from our ancestors as a tokolosh, as a ghost, as a golem, as a voodoo doll with all the pokings. You know the voodoo doll you put is right, it's prickings, right? And Jesus has nails on him. That's the voodoo. That's the Jesus you have. It's voodoo reversed now, Bushido style, for you to obey the Roman rule, right? So the emperors had their elites, who are the church fathers, coming up, predating Nicene. We are now, it's before Nicene now. We're discussing before Nicene. So they established key Christian doctrines, the church fathers, and the holidays, Christmas and Easter, and the doctrines, the Trinity, which reflect their Roman ideologies and a departure from the Nazarenes' original beliefs. Let me emphasize this, because if you had joined us now, you might think we are talking about Jesus. The Nazarenes were melanin dominant human beings who used to have dreadlocks. They used to fight to destroy, and they wanted to remove Roman rule from Africa. But they didn't have a place where they stayed. They had outposts. And anywhere where they camped was known as Nazarene. So that's why archaeologists never found that city. All right. So when Christianity now emerges, because the Romans now hijacked that and they started to promote a Jesus whom they say was the Messiah, but actually was Serapis. And now they've now cleared all the things, they've pacified everything, they've destroyed every others by military conquest, right? Up to 135 AD, that's the end of their military conquest. But now it's more of theological, it's more of a philosophical, it's more of spiritual. They now bring their Serapis at the front and say, this is the Jesus who is the Nazarene, who was there in the first century, who was executed. Now they are using the execution and the suffering and the destruction, which was on the cross, which was an execution of political prisoners, and they are using it now as theology. They have removed the Jewish sacrificial altar, Jewish Passover, everything. They've removed that. It's doctrine now. This is the Christianity of Westhoff and the many, many Christian teachers. Right? So key Jewish sentiments now crop up in the New Church and even in the New Testament. Now their Jesus in the New Testament can easily now call Jews the father or you are of your father, the father of lies. Can call them hypocrites, can call them dogs. Right? See what's happening? And many doctrines and Sunday worship now comes in. Straightforward. And we now have church fathers like Justin Martyr, John Chrysostom, who are proper, true Roman church fathers. And when we say Christianity is a Roman religion, and when we say the Bible is a Roman book, this is the foundation. Because they are reverse engineering, they are hijacking of the Nazarene doctrine, Nazarene movement. So here's the question we want to settle quickly. Why did Rome hijack the Nazarenes? For political purposes. The Roman Empire faced challenges in uniting all the squabbling populations under a single cultural and religious framework. By adopting and reshaping the Nazarenes and their doctrine and sanitizing it to a Roman perspective, the Roman leaders were capable and able to suppress true Nazarites and remove them so that no one will ever have messianic tendencies again. They then crafted a message of salvation and eternal life coupled with organized community structure and made it appear and appeal to a unifying ideology by then imposing a savior, Jesus, who was crucified by the Romans, of which is not true. The Romans crucified thousands and thousands of messianic revolts and messianic figures. So Jewish messianism movements, which had anti-Roman undertones, which led to repeated conflicts, were suppressed, removed in two ways: militarily and psychologically, spiritually by giving you a Jesus. So the Christianity that you have today is the one that promotes peace and the one that promotes submission. Slave, obey your master. If your master gives you a bucket to carry, ask to carry his ex also. If he asks you to walk 1 kilometer, tell him you can walk 3. He says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, more aligned to Rome. This is the Nazarene. It has been hijacked. So the legacy of Roman influence continues. The original Nazarite movement, with its emphasis on the Torah, on its observance, on the messianic identity, on the Jewish identity, which is melanin dominant, became a minority strand that was thrown away, cast off, removed, and eventually bore little or no resemblance to the Nazarene sect that is now called Christianity. Of Jesus of Nazareth, Nazareth never existed. The Roman hijacked the sect of Nazarene, and in a broader process, whether by accident or by design, eventually managed to transform it so that it became the Christianity that we have today. It is clear that early Christian apologists such as Tertullian and Origen critiqued pagan religions, including the worship of Serapis, but were tolerated, allowed to exist because the Romans had a long-term plan. There is archaeological evidence of Christian catacombs, of Christian churches, of inscription of the 2nd and 3rd century that show growing distinctiveness of Christian worship that was moving away from the original sects, I would say Nazarene. Inscription and graffiti in Roman catacombs confirm early use of the Christogram, Cairo, contrasting with Serapis iconograph. Remember what we said? The Romans still have their Serapis hidden, but these sects, they never suppressed and removed them. They allowed them to flourish as long as they didn't threaten Roman hegemony by promoting messianism. Now, let's quickly move and see the transition to imperial Christianity in the 3rd and 4th century. Constantine legalized Christianity with the Edict of Milan. Now they are saying, okay, now we have time. Now this is the opportunity for us now to bring our Serapis at the front. But just the Serapis was still in their heads and was still scattered amongst other people. As an international flavor, he was not yet there. But the Nazarite ideology had been suppressed. The one that was allowed to rise up still had the books within the books that pointed to a Jesus who was Jewish and a Jesus who was totally Hamitic, which is primordial. They let them there because you will see how they were able to do it. And then eventually how Christmas became a global phenomenon. I'm moving with it step by step. If you have missed a point and you want me to clarify it, please write your question. I'm more than willing to rest a little bit and entertain it. I'm actually enjoying this. If you're enjoying it, please call others, call others, call others. Let's enjoy together and learn together. So, of course, there are many other ideas of who actually made Christianity a Roman religion. Now, that alone is telling you a lot. So in 313 Common Era, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan. And through that started the quickening process of making Christianity a dominant religion on earth. The Christianity that is becoming a dominant religion is a Roman religion. There's no Eastern Orthodox there. Nothing is there's no denomination is not there. It's not there, right? Your denomination comes out of the Roman Empire, Roman Catholic. Now, so we go to the First Council of Nicaea. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the issue. Yes. Vicar of Orumla is emphasizing the point that Jesus or comes Aramaic issue. I've said Ishe, that is Ichikaranga. Nkosi, issue is very clear. So these were our guerrilla leaders. The titles given to our guerrilla leaders who were fighting during that first century. And the Romans would go further now and take one of them, say Lord, and say, and they actually wrote a story in which they say they pinned the king of the Jews because they were gloating that they were destroying our leaders. So we now come to the Nicene Creed, the First Council of Nicaea, convened by Constantine, a Roman ruler, which addressed now theological disputes, especially Arianism. And now we come now to the other point that proves that Jesus never lived. If Jesus, the Nazarene, had lived, and if Jesus was actually God, and there were contemporary witnesses who said they saw God walking as in flesh, not Nathaniel, not his disciples, no, there was nothing like that. So when the Romans started to say, oh no, there was a Nazarene who actually walked on the earth, whom we killed, who was God, Ever said, no, you are lying. You are lying. There was nothing like that. That's theology. That's a gombe. Right? So churches from the 4th century, such as the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, reflect imperial endorsement of Christianity. Documents like the Nicene Creed survive in manuscript and show the codification of Christian doctrine, not the Nazarene one. Straightforward, clear as the day. If you are still a Christian, if you still worship Jesus, you are a Roman citizen. You can refute, you can argue, you can jump up and down. I want to say T.D. Jakes is a Roman citizen, is a Roman pastor. Makandiwa is a Roman citizen, Roman pastor. Ezekiel Guti, Roman. Miles Monroe was a Roman. Anyone you pick him, I'll tell you he's a Roman. Wes Half, who argued with our friend Billy Carson, is a Roman. If you argue, the facts are with you. So, Theodosius Edicts 380-394, Emperor Theodosius I declared Christianity the state religion now and outlawed everything, calling it pagan. So including even the worship of Serapis. Why? Because Serapis was largely a Greco, a Hellenistic deity. Serapis was tied to Ptolemy Soter. And once you allowed Serapis to be there here, people would then say, who is Serapis? Say it's Soter. How did he come about? He was made by African priests. So the Romans removed Serapis by amalgamating and substituting him with their Jesus. And to prove my point, in 391, the Romans destroyed the Serapeum, which was the temple built for Serapis. And this Serapis, although he was a composite deity, he had a certain percentage of African root in him because he was birthed and given birth by African priests, monophysite priests from Memphis, who gave him to Ptolemy Soter. So once he remained within the sphere of Christianity, he would have destroyed and stifled the dominance of Christianity today. So they removed him. After removing him in 391, they went to Hamid and destroyed the Serapeum. Who destroyed the Christian mobs who did not follow the Nazarite, the original Nazarites. The ruins of the Serapeum and the accounts from sources like Socrates, Scholasticus describe the destruction of all of these temples that associated us with Serapis or Serapis, which is Osiris, although Hellenized. Now, of course, it was not easy, right, for the Romans in terms of formalizing their theology, because the people at that time, scholars, knew what was happening. There was Arius, an African doctor of theology, who was a member of another Christian sect and refused totally that there was a Jesus who had some divinity. 400 years later, said, no, never, that's a lie. Nothing like that existed. Why? Because he knew how deities were created by human beings. He knew topology is how our ancestors made them. He said, nah, it's a creature, not the original. So the first Council of Nicaea 325 Common Era was convened by the Roman Emperor Constantine to address these divisions in the Christian church, primarily related to the nature of Jesus and other theological and organizational issues. Now the Romans are now coming to organize Christianity into the Roman legions, where you have got the prelates, like what you have a pastor and a ministry around a pastor. Exactly what's happening today. This was when there was not even one denomination, only the Roman civilization. So the Arian controversy around the nature of Jesus was that Jesus was not of the same substance with God. Now, I say God, a deity, not the real creator. We have come from that many times. They use the term homoousios. And Arius said Jesus was created being, a created being. And because Jesus was a created being, he refused to say he was co-substantially or co-eternal. Arius said never. He was not, Jesus was not like Atum. Jesus was not like Amen. Jesus was not like Nunu. He was not even, he was a Mondoro. In other words, if ever he lived according to Arius, he was a Mondoro, a man who walked on the earth. Of course, Arius knew the revolts, knew Orthodius, knew Galilee the Egyptian, just like us today. We know Mbeyanehanda. And in the future, people say, no, Mbeyanehanda was a Gombe. We say, no, yava Mondoro. Not Ngari Musikabanu. No, we have a Mondoro, Mbeyanehanda. So we have a Mondoro. That's what we say, which is what Arius was saying. And the billions of melanin dominant human beings are not saying that. They're saying, yeah. Right? So canonical references now and the canon were made now at Nicene. They reflected and they stated that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, begotten, not made, and then they say of one substance with the Father, which is a total lie. Arius told us that, right? The problem again of the Nicene Creed and the conversion of the Nicene Creed was about Easter. We now come again to the final destruction of the Nazarites or Nazarene movement or Nazarene philosophy. Remember, the Nazarenes were our own sects, and the God they were looking for was a primordial God. And the primordial God is just like you and me praying that Amen rises up again to conquer or Sata or Shet or Sita or Apophis. That's extending the Nazarene doctrine if I use the Gnostic philosophy. And then they were tying it to the Passover. The Passover was a lamb, and the lamb represented what? A totem. A totem is what? Cosmic. And when you paint the walls with blood, three lentils, that's life. You are saying, I've expiated this life so that I can rescue more, right? So there was this agreement to celebrate Easter, which was aligned with the Jewish Passover. And then the Nicene Creed established a unified date for Easter, which is being celebrated today. And that Roman church father innovation of a God crucified on the cross, dying for the world's sin, comes in now, borrowed from the Nicene, no, borrowed from the Nazarites, and now being brought to their Serapis, whom they have removed, and now they put in front of you. Not directly in scripture, but aimed to ensure unity. If you read Acts 15, 28 to 29, you see a mimicry of the Nicene Creed. It's because here's the thing. Christianity started without the Bible. The Bible came later. So it's easy for them to now project and reverse engineer Bushido style and literal. Now, here's a critical fact. The First Council of Nicaea 325 Common Era did not establish or discuss the celebration of Christmas. The council primarily focused on the theological issues, particularly the nature of Christ in relation to God the Father, against the Arian controversy, the date of Easter, and some organizational matter for the church. Then you get all the books like written in Ephesians, how the church should be organized, and the roles of the bishop and the women should not preach here. So why didn't the Council of Nicaea address Christmas? Because at that time, there was no widespread celebration of Christmas. Why? Because the formal celebration of Christmas as of and on December 25 to become universal as a holiday was not yet established. But our ancestors were already celebrating a holiday similar to that. The establishment now and the official establishment of celebration of Christmas is the birthday of their Jesus they had created and imposed and exported into Nazarene as a Nazarite was done by a pope called Julius I in Rome around 336 AD. Christmas that you celebrate today become official as it is. I know there are scholars that are saying prior to that, Sextus Africanus had already said, Sextus was, according to what happened, was trying to align his writings with a practice that was already there. But there was no New Testament. It had not yet been canonized. There were books scattered there and there. So the reason behind this date is direct influence by various historical, cultural, and theological factors rather than a singular decision by one person. Straightforward. The authority and the key points here comes to the fact that December 25, Pope Julius I, 336, established and said, now we can celebrate the birthday of Christ, our God, whom we have created and given to the world. It's very clear that while this was happening, what were they celebrating prior? What was Constantine celebrating prior? What was the Edict of Milan? It was the Sol Invictus, the unconquerable sun, which they were celebrating as a Roman festival. So they took their Roman festival and they imposed it in the church, with the church which they had formalized. All these other sects were cast off and were called heretical. Passover and Easter was the final nail that removed what we could call, if I am to be polite, true Christianity out. Hmm. Yes. We will have a lot to say on Moses Ben Maimon later, but let's proceed. By aligning Christmas with this July 25, it means the church has been Romanized. At that time, Christianity was more focused on Easter now, because it had just received a commemoration from the empire. Now, the Arian controversy had shown that the nature of Jesus could be debated. And then this forced further synods to cement the ideology of homoousios. And the date of Easter unified celebration all over the earth. Clerical discipline and church administration was already formalized to follow the Roman Empire, and Roman civilization. Christmas or any other celebration of Jesus' birth was not on the agenda in Nicaea. And then now the church received authority and the organization from the empire after Nicene. And out of that authority, it had received jurisdiction and the hierarchy of bishops, as well as how to set up a church. Because they didn't want this setting up of church to follow the Nazarene guerrilla movement. Otherwise, revolt will come again. Remember, they crashed it, the Hadrian one, 135 Common Era. And now they are finalizing that there won't be any revolution that will promote messianism. And sure enough, nothing like that has ever come. The Romans are smart. I'm afraid they are smart. They are terribly smart. So when they received this jurisdiction and the hierarchy of bishops, what did they do? The Roman Empire and the Roman emperors allowed them to have the same replication of duty, replication of offices in Rhodes, which is Alexandria, in Antioch, and in Rome. 3 cities. Capture that. I want to repeat it. So when they received their authority, the church received their authority, the church fathers received their authority, the bishop of Rome became powerful. They were given jurisdiction, authority, and the arrangement, and to duplicate the Roman emperor structure in Rhodes, which is Alexandria, in Antioch, as well as in Rome. In Rome, it was the first actually. Then a resolution had already been passed that affirmed the authority of these authorities while emphasizing cooperation and order under the leaders, these theological leaders. And then they went to their canon, their script, which was to become a constitution for their religion, which they had accepted all over Rome, which they had created actually. And they made a reference in 1 Timothy 3 1 to 13 which aligned with the instruction of church leaders and how the church is structured. Who is Timothy? Was a servant of Paul. Who is Paul? He's the one who established Christianity by destroying what the Jewish Jesus stood for. And then canons were issued on moral conduct and the eligibility of clergy. Women should not be pastors, this and that. Same like the emperors. No one was allowed to be an emperor. I'll say he's a male of a certain class. Then the heresies and schisms that would follow later were always condemned as heretical. And these heresies condemned thus were sometimes the actual doctrines of ancient Hamites and our sect, the Nazarites, and the essence that I said are like my story. And anyone who defied orthodoxy now references what came out of the Nicene Creed and other follow-up creeds. So the Ethiopian church, which came from Syria through Frumentius, is also a product of Rome. Russian Orthodox is also a product of Rome. They know and they knew about the Nazarites, that the Nazarites were black, were melanin dominant. That's why you find Vladimir Putin now coming out and say, this is what Jesus looked like. Because they had to depict a Messiah who looked like the Nazarites. And then they had the need for doctrinal purity. They put them in their new constitution, which is the New Testament. If you read 2 Peter 2:1 and 1 Galatians 1:8-9, you find the doctrinal purity emphasized there. Then this Christianity now, the Roman one, was allowed to spread to all parts of the Roman Empire, including up north in the Goths there, Germanic there in Europe. And then the Trinitarian doctrine suppressed anything else that would try to resurrect the Arian understanding. If you are a Christian and you understand Arianism, I'm not talking about Unitarians and all these. No, I'm talking of if you study Arianism on your own, you are likely not to remain a Christian. You are likely to come back home. So orthodoxy was established, and imagine the groups and also synods and the other sects were removed. And after the Council of Nicaea and further councils like Constantinople in 381, reinforced Nicene faith. So a Christian is a member of the Nicene faith. A Christian is a Roman citizen, is a Roman Catholic member, maybe under a denomination like General Protestant, maybe Baptist, maybe following a ministry of some sort. Now, we had early movements like Gnosticism, which emphasized the esoteric knowledge and often de-emphasized the physical incarnation of Jesus. These are part of the Nazarite. Largely, these were called heretical, as they will be today. Now that the church has received authority and organization from the empire, it went on further to want to promote its ideology all over the world. So this is how the whole world became Romanized, and how today all citizens of Rome observe Christmas. Eventually, in 1452, Pope Nicholas V issued a papal bull because they knew that there are Nazarenes everywhere. The Nazarenes were scattered everywhere, and the people that are revolutionary, that know about the primordial deities, live somewhere. They knew that. So they issued a papal bull that directly authorized the conquest of the whole earth. And by such actions, in the Dum Diversas, issued on June 18, 1452, we have documentary proof that only Roman citizens celebrate Christmas because the Dum Diversas document plays a role as a constitution for European colonial expansion into Africa, into Europe, and into everywhere on earth, and enslaving every indigenous person on earth who does not or who did not conform to Rome. The main point of the Dum Diversas is that it granted the power of conquest to Roman elites, generals, and the citizens to go all over the world to spread their brand of Messiah who looks like a European. First and foremost, the book granted King Alfonso V of Portugal the power to invade, to search out, to capture, to vanquish, to subdue all Saracens. These are Muslims, all pagans, and everyone who was an enemy of Jesus Christ. How is it possible that you become an enemy of someone who never lived, who was created and crafted by human beings? How could you be an enemy? No. So this document essentially gave royal sanction, imperial power, and authority to subjugate anyone who was not a Christian. At the same time, spreading Christianity as an alternative. So the book explicitly authorized the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the Europeans to enslave those who resisted or who refused to accept Christianity, Roman Christianity. The enslaved individuals were to be kept in perpetual servitude, given European culture and given European holidays like Christmas. If they refused to observe Christmas, they were to be subjugated and to be forced, and even subtlety and spiritual justification for them to accept Christmas. The bull was rooted in the idea that the Christian faith, that Christian faith, Christianity, was superior, and that the conversion of non Christians to Christianity through conquest and enslavement was a divinely ordained mission. By who? Which divinity? Sol Invictus. That's the God who conquered even Serapis. It was framed as an act of spreading Christianity and ensuring the salvation of those who were conquered. The Dum Diversas included a phrase like this: we grant you by this document the right to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, and to subject them to perpetual servitude. And one of the formula of perpetual servitude is to serve their God and to celebrate Christmas. So the bull was issued and given, and it is still standing. It was also included in the New Testament as the commission of the mission of Christianity, where they go to spread their message and convert everyone to Christianity or to Jesus Christ, a Roman deity, so Invictus, the Son of God. This bull is foundational. This bull is the constitution of the world today. It has played and it plays critical roles in the establishment, first, of European colonial empires, and secondly, all those countries that have fought for liberation and have still continued to observe, accept, promote Christianity. Like all the presidents that put their hands on the Bible, they are doomed diverse as agents. Christianity never participated in any liberation war in Africa. In Zimbabwe, they would never participate in our liberation war, because the liberation war was orchestrated by Mondoro, known as Mbiyanehanda, and the spirit of our ancestors, of the first Chimurenga. How would a Christian go there with their God? So they remained and stayed at home. It is only after independence that Christians promoted themselves and now promote themselves into the political spheres. And now Christianity is ruling Africa again. Therefore, when you celebrate Christmas today, this year, remember this: it is a form of obedience to the legacy or authority of the Roman Catholic Church, which is still representing the Roman Empire in its broader and superior sense, particularly in the light of the way Christianity and Christmas was spread across the whole earth through conquest. In this sense, we want to consider citizenship not, of course, in a tight legal or political sense or nationalism, of which nations and the borders that you boast of were crafted again by the Romans in Berlin, Europeans in Berlin, but in more simplest terms like obedience, adherence to religious authority and practices, as well as adopting a culture that is not yours. Christmas is not an African tradition. The Roman Empire played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity, first through the Edict of Milan in 313 Common Era by Emperor Constantine, which legalized Christianity, and later by making Christianity the state religion, and by the Roman elites and the Roman church fathers, who then recrafted a document known as the New Testament to justify every position of the four Jesuses that emerge in history: the Kemetic Jesus, the Jewish Jesus, the Greco-Roman Serapis Jesus, and the post-Nicene Jesus, the one whom you obey and worship today. The Catholic Church is an institution of the Roman Empire, despite the fact that the Roman Empire collapsed around 476 Common Era. The Roman Catholic Church remained and is still here today. It is Christianity. If you are a Christian, you are a Roman Catholic member. If you read the New Testament, you are reading and following and obeying the constitution written by the Roman Catholics. Even if you are an Ethiopian or Orthodox or ultra Orthodox or Russian Orthodox, still the church fathers, the Nazarene, the crucifixion was all a church father innovation. Christianity, especially in its Catholic form, continued to expand its influence across Europe and beyond, often tied to Roman cultural and religious structures. It still now has remained intact within the European cultural edifice, in which, out of all the festivals, Christmas comes as a European tradition today. Therefore, that's why if you read the New Testament, you cannot find Christmas, the word Christmas there. That's why the New Testament, Jesus did not exist. The papal authority continued to claim spiritual leadership and to guide Christian practices. Even King Leopold of Belgium had to write a letter of colonial power that he gave to his missionaries who came specifically to the Congo to conquer and destroy us. So all your black pastors, your black prophets, all your preachers, so-called ministries founded by members, they are all doom versus agents, and they are of the Nicene faith, and they are following the Roman Catholic papas. The Church of England is just a split. Thank you, Leo Phoenix. There is just a split of the Roman Empire. The Romans conquered Europe, Gaul, conquered everywhere. And that's why we say there was no Church of England. There were no other churches during the first century of this era. So, if you don't know the information that I have shared today, if it is your first time to hear the things that I have said today, you are a Roman citizen by default. And the Romans don't really care as long as you obey their laws. It is your energy, your spiritual force they are sucking out of you by your obedience. So it doesn't matter. If you are actually ignorant but keeping their laws, that friction creates resonance, that energy which they want. Divide, rule, and conquer. Confuse, rule, and conquer. So, in the sense of obedience, and you are an unquestioning adherent to these established customs, then yes, you are still a citizen. Christmas today is your holiday. To some degree, for those that know that this is not really a Christian holiday and they still go ahead and buy presents and attend Christmas parties, but they don't go to church, they don't pray, and they are atheists, let's say, or they're agnostic. The Roman Empire in its spiritual state does not care. That energy, they suck it from you. Additionally, some critics may argue that the elements of Christmas, such as the date of 25 and the way it came about is just a blend. It's not deception, and we know that. And it came before so Invictus. That doesn't matter as long as you believe that there was a Nazarite who never actually existed. A Nazarene never was there, but all crafted by Romans. Then you are deceived. The more you are deceived, but you obey the law, the more you work like a blind worker in energy. You are grinding, and that friction creates the energy that the Romans wants. So today, many people who celebrate Christmas do so, perhaps from a secular content, focusing on family gatherings, gifts, and festive traditions rather than the religious aspects. In these cases, Christmas might appear to them as more of a cultural event, as a social event, as something that is really nice to do, as something that we can do after a year of hard work and so forth. But remember, there is a spirit behind it. You are spiritually compliant by default to Rome. You are a Roman citizen. You are participating in the edicts of Rome. Ask yourself then, if you think otherwise, why can't you stop celebrating Christmas? Why do you make it lighter and nicer and say, well, I'm not a Christian. I really don't care. Jesus was not even there. But then you celebrate Christmas. The force that is making you celebrate Christmas, that is proof of spirituality. That is proof of spirit. So you might not go to church. You might not be a Christian. You might be a Muslim. You might be a Hindu. And you have a business there. And you make your money selling stuff on Christmas. You are a Roman citizen. It is the spirit that is making you do that. It doesn't matter how you celebrate Christmas, because as long as you celebrate it, there is a spirit that has come over you and that is causing you to celebrate it, whether by default or by denial that Jesus lived and you think you are right. But as long as you celebrate it, that spirit is operating, is running. So for some religious, they think that celebrating Christmas is still honoring the birth of Jesus Christ and acknowledging Christian tradition, which, as we have mentioned already, traces it to the institution that was formalized by the Roman Catholic Church. But Jesus never lived. Think about that. Some, they say they don't celebrate Christmas and they yet remain Christians. I know, because the Worldwide Church of God, maybe the Seventh-day Adventist, maybe Mapostoli, Mazioni, and all that, they say, we don't celebrate Christmas because Jesus was not born. The Jesus they are obeying is not the Jewish Messiah, because the Jewish Messiah never came. And the Jewish Messiah in the Nazarene, original Nazarene context, was a guerrilla fighter. The one that you are obeying, who died on the cross, is the same one who has Christmas on the one hand and no date of birth, because he was created by the Romans, especially promoted by the Catholics. Think about that. Then voluntary action versus default. This is a psychological perspective that I thought of looking at. For those who celebrate Christmas voluntarily, they may view it as an expression of Christian faith or a part of family and cultural tradition, even if they don't recognize the full theological and historical context that we have given here. For others, especially those who live in countries where Christmas is a major holiday, even if they are not religious, it might feel like a default action, a social norm that has been deeply ingrained over centuries because of cultural tradition, spirit of Christmas. Today, many people who celebrate Christmas do so in a secular context, focusing on these aspects of social gathering. But that is proof that there is a force that is forcing them to be compliant because that force has imbued them and nest in them the spirit of Christmas. But where did that force come from? This is a very deep and fascinating point. Where did the spirit of Christmas that works both ways, as subtlety, as open and obviousity, and sometimes as very, very relaxed, where did it come from? Christmas, even when celebrated in a secular model or a non-religious way, has a very strong force inside it. Look, I'm not saying behind it, inside it. Christmas is associated with the force of Sol Invictus, but Sol Invictus is the sun, the solar sun that we see. And the sun is 99.9% force of our solar system. Therefore, I think I've given you the answer there. On the cultural aspect, it has become a ritualized cultural practice that has been passed throughout generations and has now been reinforced by the media that is operated by the Sol Invictus people and agents in the political sphere or human control sphere or MK Ultra or any other society like the Freemason, the Illuminati, and many organizations who now use commercial interests, social traditions, and the familial and family aspects to promote the love to have Christmas. So why can you continue if you understand this? How can you say, what priest teacher rabbi hair manager they be? Christmas is good, man. It's because of that citizenship, that spirit of Christmas has imbued you with. So that spirit of Christmas has baptized anyone who participates in Christmas to become a citizen of Rome by a cooking pot, which we call cultural conditioning over time. That spirit continues to become deeply ingrained in you through practice, continuously, again and again, and by repetition. That spirit is the one that worked for long periods of time with the Roman elites to create the New Testament and is the force behind Christianity. Same. The celebration of Christmas then has been reinforced throughout centuries through advertisement, movies, music, popular culture, creating a sense that everyone is doing it. And it's good, it's not bad, I'm not committing any sin. But if you refuse to celebrate Christmas, you feel the force of that spirit. If you want to test what I'm saying, just refuse to celebrate Christmas and say, I'm not celebrating Christmas. If you meet anybody who say Happy Christmas, say, no. Say just no, I don't want to hear that. Then see if you can do that. It is the spirit of Christmas that has conquered you. That spirit of Christmas has tied you under some form of pressure to belong and to become a citizen of Rome, whether you accept it, whether you know it, whether you don't know it, whether you agree or you disagree. You are spiritually compliant. This spirit of Christmas has also been promoted psychologically through power of advertising, marketing, and products and commodities, right? We'll go into them later. Now, how can you stop celebrating Christmas? By revoking your Roman citizenship. If you celebrate Christmas, remember you're a Roman citizen. So, how do you refuse citizenship in a country? By by a renunciation of citizenship, a formal process of voluntary giving up one citizenship of a country. It usually involves filling in official forms with the relevant government authority and may require an oath or a declaration. So, if you realize that no, I can't continue celebrating Christmas, you have to make an oath. You have to write something. If you are interested in the oath, and if you are interested in what you write and how you write it, send us an email at join@marifado.com, marifado.org, sorry, and get in touch with us. If you do not renunciate your citizenship of being a Roman citizen, we will see you by celebrating Christmas. I tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. uh, when I was waking up from my rabbinical office and a Jewish, Black Hebrew Israelite and Christian walk asleep, I met a friend, a wonderful friend. Everything was happening like clockwork, coincidentally. He had some books, some literature, and he introduced me to David Icke, to Baba Credo Mutua, and many, many others. And this friend of mine would convince you academically. He is a very nice debater, and they prove to you very nicely that Christmas is pagan. Christmas attaches you to Christianity, is not good for you, is not healthy for your spirituality. And well, around 1997, 98, I started these things. My wife, Wadzanai, can confirm that. Uh, by the time I married Wadzanai, I was no longer celebrating Christmas because I had followed the Worldwide Church of God, led by Herbert W. Armstrong. I had removed all this. I was more or less on the Jewish Jesus type. So one day, around December 20th or around Christmas time, my friend phoned me and say, can you pass through my home? I've got some stuff. Just want to see you, and then we have a chat. It was always iron sharpens iron. When we met, we would argue. So I went to his place, to his home, and when I got to his gate, he lived in a gated community. He's a multi-millionaire. He's bloody rich. So when I got to his gate and I pressed the intercom, and when the sliding door was opened, I saw him. He was arguing with his wife about where they can place one of the largest Christmas trees they had bought. And I greeted him, and he said, kambe yohlala phakathi love monk zabuya ngiyabuya khathesi ngifuna ukuthi ngilungise ngicede ukulungisa into i-Christmas tree le upheni yawo uyangihlupha man. So I said, what's going on here? So what was the proof there is the spirit of Christmas was still in him. He knew all the arguments against Christmas, but that spirit was still him. He was still a citizen of Rome. So that's one way you can renunciate your citizenship. You have to do it by declaration and by an oath. It's no use just saying, I'm no longer celebrating Christmas. You have to remove that spirit. The other way is expatriation. In some contexts, expatriation can be used as a synonym for renunciation of citizenship, though it can also refer to living outside one's home country. Now, we can't go and live in other places like Antarctica because they have guarded the ice wall all over. If you die today and still celebrating Christmas, you have a problem, because the spirit of Christmas, I don't want to go into all the symbologies that are around Christmas, is still with you. There is no way that Rome can uh, denunciate and remove you other than killing you if you disobey. Now, the process and the legal consequences of renouncing citizenship may vary, but technically, when you say yes, you want to stop celebrating Christmas, it comes with a social cost. You lose friends, you face alienation, you may feel distance, your friends, uh, your family itself, and like you won't have anywhere to go and celebrate. The problem of the spirit of Christmas affected Judaism to a point where they then instituted Hanukkah, this festival of lights. I won't go into the details. The spirit of Christmas comes from religious and spiritual origins and is a deceptive force which uses social force, family, religion, belonging, rituals for you to remain attached to it. So, if you feel that Christmas has become a problem to you, and now you do not longer want to celebrate it, and you want to renounce its influence, you have to make an oath and you have to make a declaration by writing. Horizita Willie is here on the chat. He can help you if you want the process of denouncing the spirit of Christmas. Now, uh, what Yeza asks, what is the spirit of Christmas? The spirit of Christmas is a deceptive spirit that attaches you to obeying European customs, celebrating the birth of a deity who never was born. Jesus never lived. And if you were to celebrate Jesus, who was a Jewish Jesus in the New Testament, like the Jesus who said, I've come to keep my Father's commandment, you will not worship that one. He was not a Messiah, a prophet, because a Messiah, a Jewish Messiah, does not come twice, comes once. I'm answering my friend Watuyeza. What is the spirit of Christmas? It is a Catholic spirit. It is a Roman spirit. It is a Roman spirit that makes you observe a festival that was instituted via the Duma diversas that caused the enslavement of us, colonization of Africa, and the demarcation of Africa by the Roman papas. And it is said it will keep you in perpetual slavery. That's the spirit in you. If you want to test whether you have got the spirit of Christmas, just decide that I don't want to celebrate Christmas no more. You find the force forcing you. Try that. It's an experiment. Try it. If you want to reject it, if we have said you have to renunciate it and you have to write it, a renunciation, because when you write it, you are writing your constitution, your own constitution. There's something that you should write in your constitution so that that writing will block the Nicene documents and canons and legal jurisprudence in the legal statutes that establish Jesus and all these holidays. Then you have to make an oath. After that, here is the process. Deconstruct Christmas. Understand that Christmas is celebrated today was shaped by centuries of historical and religious development, including the establishment of December 25 by the Roman Catholic Church, which infused a spirit in it. That's why every Christmas the Pope has a message to the whole world. No one else makes that message, and no one else is allowed to make that message. You have to separate religious from the secular. You have to know that this is very, very political. You have to have a spirit of independence in you, burning in you. So therefore, you want to renunciate it by copying out, or by non-participation only, or by creating your own tradition. No, no, or by engaging in some critical awareness about it. That won't help. Even if you educate yourself and understand the historical roots of Christmas as a Roman Catholic Church innovation, or dissociate yourself from its Roman influence, as long as you have not renunciated your citizenship of Rome by way of declaration and an oath, you are still there. You are a passive participant. Anyway, so there is the conclusion we want to go through. Yeah, yes, yes. What Yeza says, are there festivals associated with Horesu? Yes, plenty. We, as Marifado Family Network, we've got an African annual holiday calendar, our New Year, uh, festivals of in gathering of harvest, ancestral remembrance day, the day of celebrating the sun and what it gives us on the earth. They are plenty. Send us an email to join@marifado.org. Then we can send you the PDF about these holidays. But as I have said, the Catholics are smart enough to allow you to celebrate your own holidays while you are their citizen. Because as long as you celebrate their holidays, they are getting their energy. So when you renunciate your citizenship of Rome in the context of Christmas, it is a very personal and subjective choice. Then you need to associate yourself with your own culture and your own religious sphere. This, what we are saying, was taught by the Gnostics, was taught by our ancestors, and is taught by many people that have awakened to this fact. If you have any questions, we would like to invite you to send your questions, and we will address them now as we proceed to conclude. And we have proved, I think, beyond any reasonable doubt, that anyone who celebrates Christmas is a citizen of Rome. So the African or Hamitic Jesus is Horesu or Horus. He is mystical and divine. He was then taken over through Serapis to become the Hellenistic Serapis or Hellenistic Jesus, who influenced a lot of cultural movements and planted the seeds of rebellion in over 20 plus movements in the first century, out of which was fished the Nazarene by the church fathers, the Catholics, in which they then crafted and made Jesus, who is worshipped today in the whole world. There is a Jewish Jesus in quotation, or Yehoshua, or Savior, or Messiah. He has not come. But the sentiments of messianism or of deliverance always existed within the Jewish movement, because they had borrowed that from ancient Hamit, in which we were saying those gods that left the earth and went to the heavens, may they come back again and remove the evil ones. And this is the one where, when you read the New Testament, you find him saying, observing Passover, Feast of Tabernacles, being circumcised. And so, have you ever wondered why Christians utterly refuse to be circumcised, male Christians? If you say a true Christian should be circumcised, they refuse because they are not following Jesus, they are following Paul, who is a figure given by the Roman elite. Who is a Roman elite anyway? Apollonius is his name anyway, if I want to say it. So anyway, so when you go to the Synoptic Gospels, you read stuff that will put you in both worlds. This Greco-Roman Jesus, who is now universal, political, and is neutral, resonates with Roman ideals. And this is the Greco-Roman Jesus who gave birth to the Nicene Jesus, who is a synthesis of all previous Jesuses, codified in orthodoxy and the post-Nicene writings, in whom your Christmas is celebrated. Not by whom your Christmas is celebrated, but in whom your Christmas is celebrated, because you are in Christ. Now, I want to give some scholarly and critical resources, but amen. You can read this book, How Jesus Became God. It explores the transition from human prophet to divine figure. But we know better than him. We know Jesus never lived, right? So you can read the historical origins of Christianity, but these are good books. Elaine Pagels, The Gnostic Gospels, examines alternative Christian groups, especially those that had African affinities. This is where I said I read lots of Gnostic stuff. You too should do, because you understand what they are saying. When you are mining gold, every ore that you dig out is not pure gold. You have to sift it, and no, this is the one that I want, and so forth. N.T. Wright, Jesus and the Victory of God, provides insight into the Jewish Jesus. I am giving resources. And Karen Armstrong, very powerful lady, The History of God, traces theological development, including the Nicene consolidation. Very, very, very critical for you to read that. So we can't run away before we look at the Jesus who observed Jewish festivals and never knew Christmas. Remember our first question when we started, he said, did Jesus celebrate Christmas? And we said, no. He said, why do you celebrate Christmas? Because the Papa told you so. And that's number one, because you've got the spirit of Christmas. And the spirit of Christmas puts you into Roman citizenship. So you have to renunciate it, you have to make an oath, and you have got to write it down. So Jesus observed the Passover. If you read John 2:13, he says, now the Passover of the Jews was at hand, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Why is this important? This is important because it will highlight to you that the Jesus we are worshiping today, who was crucified on the cross, is not the one who observes Passover. The one who observes Passover knew that human flesh and human blood is not eaten or drunk. Why don't you celebrate Passover yourself today? Because the people that gave you Christmas gave you Easter and established when Easter is to be observed. That's why you keep Easter. And Easter pulls you away from Jewish sacrifices of a proper lamb cut and roasted and eaten to a human sacrifice on the cross, who was a political dissident who was fighting Rome in the first century. After this, there was the feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. John 5, verse 7, verse 1. So when you go to the Last Supper as a Passover, that's where you see the tricks being played. The Last Supper is totally Roman. It has nothing to do with the Jewish. That's where the Roman Jesus dominates. And how do we know that the Roman Jesus dominates? Because he says it's a new covenant. The elites were not hiding their works. Now, then we have got the festival of dedication, or Hanukkah. Now, it was the feast of dedication of Jerusalem. It was winter, and Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. This is not the Jesus that you are obeying. It is the Jewish Jesus who obeyed Sukkot. Sukkot is the feast of Tabernacles, Mtambo Matumba. So when you go to the biblical timeline, you look at Jesus' birth during Herod's reign, Matthew 2, the census under Quirinius, Luke 2, shepherds in the fields, Luke 2, verse 8 to 20, Star of Bethlehem. Now, that Star of Bethlehem is telling you, Hore su. Hore, su. Hore in the heavens, su, the star in the heavens. And the Bethlehem, city of bread, that's Hamitic. So any Christians fought the Romans, and they never actually wanted to obey anything to do with Roman. They called it pagan because remember Matthew 5 1 to 7, it says, I didn't come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. All right. So here now we have early Christian now that are focusing on death and the resurrection of something that never lived, as promulgated by Paul. It is the Last Supper, which is a violation of the Jewish Passover. He says in 1 Corinthians 15, 3 to 4, he says, for I have delivered to you first of all that which I also received. This is Paul. He never met Jesus, but he has received an image. That image of that Nazarene that is now in your head, hanging on the cross with Henry, king of the Jews, which is a deception of Rome. That Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. Which ones? Because Passover is not about the remission of sins, but it's about deliverance from a situation that needs redemption. And it is clear for you if you are following us today. So if you go to the Jewish cultural context about Christmas and celebration of birthday, you discover that only birthday celebrations are mentioned in the New Testament by melanin dominant people that have already converted to follow and to love Rome, like Herod. Herod is a melanin dominant human being. His actual name is Harude. He didn't want his way of life. So our ancestors were smart. They named these people that way. He said Harude. He doesn't want this way of life. He wants the other one. He could eat a pork. He could eat pork. That's why even in Rome they say, I would rather be a pig in Herod's pigsty than being a citizen. And listen to what Harude then executed during his birthday, cut off the head of the immerser, John the Immerser. John the Immerser represents Hamitic baptism, which takes you to the waters of Nyunyu, which is the ritual you actually need to renunciate your citizenship of Rome. So if you want to renunciate the citizenship of Rome, you need that ritual. I said, if you talk to Horesita, Will here, he will tell you how you can do it. The ritual. Even Horesita Shooter knows it. So that story was put there to tell you that if you want to renunciate this, you will cut your head off. What was happening? Because it was a birthday, a celebration where you're given all the kingdom, and she danced. That's what happened in Christmas. Why are there so many accidents during Christmas? Think about it. Now, in the Old Testament, birthday references had a lot to do with our kings. Why? Because our kings were symbolic of the waters of Nyunyu. If we had no priesthood there, no Hamaneja to peace around, our leaders, because their job was to restore Maati, would celebrate their birthday because they are saying they are messianic in the sense of restoring Maati on all over the earth. So, Clement of Alexandria wrote that some ancient Africans assigned Jesus' birth to May 20. So those that have come and say, March, December, and so forth, here is another proof, which means there are many Jesuses. And our own Jesus, who is African or dominant or Hamitic, May 20. And you know what we celebrate in May 20 if you go to our calendar? It is our ancestral reverence. Hippolytus, 170 to 235, he suggested December 25, which was already celebrated by Akhenaton as the day for what? For the sun attain at dawn, and also for the remembrance of Horesu coming here to the southern part. And then we know, obviously, that Pope Julius I is the one that who officiated what is now celebrated all over the earth, 336 CE. Now, why is it that early church fathers like Origen, 185 to 254 Common Era, denounced birthday celebrations as pagan? Because it would point to you the truth about the Messiah and about what we are here for on the earth and the waters of Nyunyu. Anobius, who died in 330 Common Era, criticized birthday celebrations. Tertullian, 155 240, warned against participating in pagan winter celebrations. So those scholars like Wesley, sorry to quote him today too much here, they come up with the proof that Christmas was already celebrated before 336 by justification by Pope Julius I. What about this? What about this Tertullian story? Because when you celebrate proper birthday, your actual birthday is tied to your lunar. Therefore, you will know now that since it is tied to my lunar, how many months did I spend in my mother's womb? That is like saying, how many moons did I spend in my temporary waters of Nyunyu before I created the universe, my universe, when I was born? This is your universe. You see now? So when you celebrate proper birthday, it's not the 12th month is the solar sun. No, it's the universe. And it points you to the waters of Nyunyu. Right? Therefore, that's why you need to cut yourself off from being a citizen of Rome. Oh, well, Jude Ogbonaya says, is it true that Catholic Church invented Islam? Yes, it's very true. There's a plenty of evidence. I think in future, I might dare that, then in future, we'll deal with that. Let me dare that Catholic Islam. Sorry to take your time, guys. Yeah. We are about to conclude 4 o'clock or 4:30. We'll be done and dusted, and then we can all go and rest. So, this historical and biblical evidence that we have given today is not given in many places. So you would rather share this video to many places and to a lot of your relatives, friends, and those Christians. And we are not saying denounce Christmas. We are saying it is subjective. It's what is in your heart and what is in your medulla oblongata. So the calendar that we have today is not an African calendar. It was crafted out of the African calendar under force by Julius Caesar. It's known as the Gregorian that came from the Julian. So all the holiday dates that we have today, like Christmas and so forth, originated before Christianity. Now, let me proceed here. We have looked at a lot of this stuff. We want to quickly, we need to look at this, what you find within Christmas. I looked at the Christmas tree when I related my friend Bonya, who knowledgeable, but still is locked in the frequency of Christmas. So the date of Christmas, December 25, in ancient times, we all know it was Saturnalia, celebrating Saturn, a god of agriculture. And we know it began with Akhenaton, all right? Sun worship, astrotheology, Dies Natalis Solis Invictus, the birthday of the unconquerable sun or unconquered sun. Also, Mithras was celebrated on that same day. Yule and winter solstice, the Norse Yule midwinter festivals involved feasting, drinking, and lighting Yule logs to honor the sun and ensure its return. So the sun is far, far in the south, and they wanted to go to the North Pole or to Europe so that they can come out of winter. The winter solstice marked the rebirth of the sun, symbolically aligning with the Christian narrative of Jesus as the light of the world, reverse engineering, obviously. Evergreen decorations, ancient Rome, these were used, evergreen bulbs, to decorate during Saturnalia as a symbol of eternal life. Celts and Druids revered evergreen uh, leaf, just like Feast of Tabernacles or Sukkoth. If you also go to Jeremiah 10, you find the God of the Bible, who is a deity, who is Yahweh, who is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, don't do this, where you take a tree, cut it, and decorate it with the lights and with the trinkets. He says, I don't want to do it because it's clear that tree represents the Nazarene who was created out of the Sol Invictus and also by the Romans as a fiction, now as reality for Christians. Germanic pagans worshipped trees, particularly oak and fir, during winter celebrations. Our ancestors knew wonderful trees like Mutusina zita, which represented not deities, not even primordial deities, but something beyond the chasm. The tradition of decorating trees was likely influenced by pagan customs of adorning trees with offerings for spirits. Yeah, so that's what we're looking into. The Yule log, Norse Yule, symbol of warmth, love, light, food, and happiness. The mistletoe, sacred to druids, was believed to have magical properties, including fertility and healing. Its use in modern Christmas, especially kissing beneath it, echoes these beliefs. Spirit of Christmas, holly and ivy is some plants which are sacred in Europe, represents protection and fertility. Holly was believed to ward off evil spirits. So the other spirits that would come to you to remove that spirit of Christmas, these herbs would remove them. Therefore, you will continue observing and loving Christmas. Uh, quickly, I wanted to address the issue of Kwanzaa. They say, what are your views of Kwanzaa? Despite the fact that there is a lot of controversy about the founder of Kwanzaa, it's a good holiday. Anyone, melanin dominant human being who feels like observing it, go for it, full throttle. There's no there's no spirit of Christmas there. It's spirit of Kwanzaa. It's our spirit. The problem we would have is for you to celebrate Kwanzaa today and then tomorrow celebrate Christmas. It means you have a Catholic spirit. Catholics don't really care with what you really do as long as you do not renounce them. So the giving gifts during Saturnalia, the Romans gave each other gifts, used to run in the streets, used to kidnap women or girls and take them home. And that was only when it was allowed to like that. It's not very, very, very interesting, is it? So Santa Claus, in one of my debates around 2002 on national television in Zimbabwe, I demonstrated there was a Christian pastor, I think, and some philosophers and doctors there. I demonstrated that Santa Claus is Satan Claus. I demonstrated it that way. And well, you might refuse, you might accept, but that's how I did it in 2003, 2004 in Zimbabwe on national television. I demonstrated that Santa Claus and the history around Santa, the little children, and the bar, and all these other gods, Tammuz, Dumuz, and so forth, and their love for children was highly inappropriate for melanin dominant human beings to observe and to do. So Santa Claus has traits like a jolly bearded, red, and we know his red color was put on him, I think, by a certain beverage company, which promoted and sponsored a lot of Christmas activities. And it is from the Norse god who rode on 8-legged horses, Sleipnir, and brought gifts during the Yuletide. Odin is also a deity, not primordial deity, but Mondoro for Europeans on that. Then the reindeer may be connected to shamanic practices of the Sami people of Northern Europe. These Sami people are melanin dominant people. They look like me and you. Of course, they've gone through the process of miscegenation, maybe. Candles and lights, pagan solstice, celebrating, caroling. Caroling resembles wassailing, a pagan tradition where people sing to orchards and to trees to promote a bountiful harvest. This is not pagan. This is melanin dominant. In our language, the DVC, although DVC now has an actual thing. So, caroling, you can go to your field and sing to your trees. Now, science is coming and saying plants actually hear and understand us. If you are happy, they know that. If you are sad, they know that. It has been proved. So it's good. It's a good ritual, but we would rather do it under our own umbrella, not under the Christmas spirit or spirit of Christmas. Then Christmas wreaths. Wreaths were symbolic of the wheel of the year in pagan traditions, representing the cycle of life and the solstice. Very, very important. It is attached also to the waters of Nyunyu. Need I say more? No, there's no time now. I want to conclude. 4 o'clock is almost around the corner. The Epiphany and the Magi. That's where you find that the actual date when Jesus was born is controversial. The Eastern Orthodox say January 6th, others say December 25. So that's a contradiction. It tells us that the Epiphany, which was borrowed from the wars of Karnak, remember what I said? And the Magi and the gods and Horesu and so forth. It's very, very clear. But you'd rather understand this back in your home territory. Now, the bells, animal symbolisms, mood wars, it's a lot. Then there is the issue of cross-dressing and the role reversal. Saturnalia festivals featured role reversals such as slaves becoming masters, akin to some historic Christmas revelries involving mamas and misrule. I've said a few stuff about that. I think you know it. 12 days of Christmas. The 12 days reflect Yule traditions in pagan Europe, where the time between solstice and the New Year was considered sacred and celebratory. Very, 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 very important for us to digest this. So when you go to encyclopedias, like Encyclopedia Americana and many, many others, they suggest December 25 was chosen to align with pagan festivals like Sol Invictus or Mithric feasts. This is a common theory. Then the other theory that is coming is that there was a pope who actually reversed everything, and that pagan festivals were then named or were then dated after Christianity. That's not academic. That's not very academic. What we are saying here is the process. So the Roman Emperor Aurelian officially established December 25 as the Feast of Sol Invictus in AD 274. It celebrated the unconquered sun and marked the return of longer days after the winter solstice. Christians borrowed this date to popularize their god, but these Christians were the Roman elites. So by the time Constantine comes in 313 Common Era and the Edict of Milan, by this time you shall conquer, it was already accepted in Rome because Aurelius in AD 274 has already established that date. Let's look at Mithraism. Mithraism is a mystery religion that was also found in the Roman Empire, which also celebrated the birth of Mithras, the god of light, on December 25. However, clear evidence linking Mithraic practices to Christmas is what we can use today to prove that Jesus never lived. Then many historians acknowledge that December 25 coincides with pre-Christian solstice, summer solstice celebrations. However, this does not necessarily prove intentional copying. Very correct. But it was actual creation of a deity that locks you to Rome, because Christianity became a Roman festival. And Christianity, sorry, became a Roman kingdom, a Roman operational system. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved and we have shown a lot of stuff here. So, I am saying this is 4 o'clock. We've been chatting for the last 4 hours. I want to invite you questions, and by 4:30, I would be gone and I'll be resting, because we have had a lot of discussion here. I want to conclude by saying only Roman citizens celebrate Christmas. I think my point has been apparent, has been made clear. There is no doubt that if you wake up on Christmas Day and you celebrate Christmas, you have the spirit of Christmas in you. There is not one verse in the Bible that mentions Christmas, because Jesus never lived. Christmas marks those that obey Rome. It is not worthy to celebrate it if you are wide awake. There are plenty of African holidays like Kwanzaa that has been indicated here. Horesita, Willie, I'm concluding. If you need to go and rest, please, it's okay. It's good. I can't detain you here. Thank you very much. You have been with us for some time. I will spend the next 20 minutes looking at the questions and answering them. So the decision to not celebrate Christmas and instead focus on African holidays is a deeply personal and cultural choice. Whether or not it is worthy to make will cause you to shift your consciousness today. And it depends with your personal beliefs, cultural identity, and spiritual or philosophical values. Reclaiming cultural spiritual identity is very, very important, because you need to be a true African who focuses on African holidays and traditions and spiritual observances. Because when you do that, it will reconnect you with your cultural roots and ancestral bloodline. Africa, with its rich and diverse history and spiritual practices, cannot fail to give us the adequate needs and fulfill the adequate needs to explore our own holidays. When you celebrate your African cultural spiritual identity, you are also engaged in cultural affirmation. Celebrating any African holidays and renunciating your citizenship of being a Roman citizen and removing these Western colonial influences out of you, including Christmas, will preserve and will cause you to have traditional knowledge, which will eventually show you that there is no salvation or redemption outside of your own indigenous culture. And Marifado Family Network is here to help you achieve that. When you renunciate your citizenship of Rome and celebrate your own holidays, you are fulfilling a spiritual purpose. African spiritual practices resonate more deeply with you because of your melanin, as well as your ancestral synchronization process, which will boost your consciousness and awakens the divine spark, or also granting you its freedom to allow it to teach you, to train you, and to become your mentor. That's the Messiah we have been referencing all along. Of course, there's a political ideology statement, because anyone who renunciates Rome as citizenship and stops celebrating Christmas He has suddenly proclaimed his political independence. He will no longer, or she will no longer observe the borders put in Africa by Berlin Conference. Will no longer be a subject of nationalism, and he will no longer belong to a political party like African National Congress, but he will belong to the African Spirituality Political Party, where every melanin dominant human being is your brother and sister, and where you share your love, and where you understand the mysteries. So you have rejected colonial imposition. You know Christmas is a major Christian holiday which has strong ties to colonial history of Rome, of Europe, and even holidays that are going to the Hajj. It's not for you. It's not for melanin dominant human beings, because Islam colonized, enslaved, and still colonizes Northeast Africa, so-called Middle East. So Christmas, when you renunciate it, is a political statement. So if you are ready to make a political statement, we have shown you the process you need to write what you want to do. You also need to engage disengage by way of an oath. And we have said we are prepared to share the oath with you. So we understand that African holidays vary from place to place, and they also have a powerful significance spiritually. Some of these may come from African traditional religions, while others are more of modern creation. And this seek to build us into a nation based on our heritage as melanin dominant human beings, such as Kwanzaa, which celebrates African Americans' culture and heritage. We have to promote it, we have to love it. So Kwanzaa is an example of an African-inspired holiday that focuses on community, on family, and culture. The problem is, if you celebrate Kwanzaa, and then you celebrate American Thanksgiving, then you celebrate American independence, then you celebrate American Christmas, then you celebrate New Year, you are wasting your time. You've done nothing. You have done absolutely nothing. That was the Romans' love. There are others that think that they can approach this by way of a hybrid. Some people choose to hybridize, celebrate both Christmas, Kwanzaa, or any other holidays. This is dangerous concoction. This way, you can be assured that you remain a Roman citizen, and the spirit of Christmas will be in you. Maybe will be falling asleep, but when Christmas comes, it will wake up again. You need to embrace change. You have to be brave and embrace change, because it will give you personal transformation. It will give you the ability to celebrate meaningful holidays. And at the end of the day, whether it is worthy or not worthy to stop celebrating Christmas and focus on African holidays depends on your personal beliefs, spiritual journey, spiritual maturity, your understanding, and the last but not least, whether you have been called by them gods. It's a calling. But if you fight that Christmas spirit, the gods, primordial gods, may send your ancestors to influence you to come home. By coming home, I mean being your own authentic self by your identity. We do not fight against your free will. As long as you, by your free will volition, you want to celebrate Christmas, good luck. It's none of our business as Marifado. We don't care. But when you renunciate being a Roman citizen, we will be interested, and we will be knocking on your door, and we will be ready to embrace and love you all the way. Not that we don't love those who keep Christmas. No, no. You know what I'm saying. So for some people, it can be a deeply meaningful act of cultural reclamation, identity restoration, connecting with our divine ancestors as well as the gods. For some, it may be instantaneous. For others, It might be a gradual process. And then at the end, you realize yourself, you've aligned yourself. I want to say this in quickly with the waters of Nyunyu. If you want to understand this, you can ask Elder, sorry, not Elder, Horesita, Willie, and any of our Horesitas in Marifado. They will help you there. You can send us an email on join@marifado.org with your questions about this process. The most important factor is that your decision should be your decision. Don't make this decision because you have heard me or you have heard someone, but make that decision because you have understood the message and you have proved that it's a correct and a true message. And now you don't want to be a citizen of Rome. Don't come to us and keep Christmas. No. Don't come to us and say, I've denounced, I'm no longer a citizen of Rome, and still keep your Independence Day, the day your country got independence. And still the borders are what? European. No, you have not yet started the journey of waking up. The authentic way will be clear. As long as your free will, and the free will is not blind faith or belief or instinctual, you know that you know. You will know by your heart and by your divine spark. You will know. Because the divine spark, I nearly revealed where you can find the divine spark. Anyway, so for others, it might be a gradual process of aligning their traditions that speak more to their sense of identity and spirituality. So if you celebrate Christmas, you are actually a European spiritual. You can't be an African, impossible. You are a European, you are in the process of being converted, or you have been converted and you have been born again. The most important factor is that your decision aligns with your free will and your core values and brings you spiritual peace and connection. So if Christmas gives you spiritual peace, comfort, happiness, and connection to European gods and Zeus and the Mithras and Jesus, that European one, or the Jesus who was painted later on to deceive those that knew about the Nazarene movement, that's your choice. It's time for us to know our purpose, to renunciate citizenship in Rome, of Rome, by Rome, to Rome, and embrace the waters of Nyunyu. By so saying, I'm saying you need to renunciate Roman citizenship. The all potential and all possibilities is where you were when your mother was making you. And now you have been deceived and you're a citizen of Rome. Thank you. Yours, Hamaneja to people, Rabbi Elem to Kunkanim Jaganja. I ask you and say, please share this video to as many people as possible and share Marifado Family Network's work to as many people as possible. Don't hide it. Don't be scared. Don't fear that maybe there will be someone like Wesley Huff who rise up and destroy us. Nobody can destroy our truth. None, including Wesley Huff. Because I saw somebody in the comment saying Wesley Huff can destroy me. He doesn't destroy me. He will face facts. If he can destroy facts, if he can manufacture facts, good luck. But he can't. He's a human being just like me. So we follow facts. So like our video, share, leave a comment. If you watch our videos on Hamid Iburu ethics and don't leave a comment, it's just like you have not watched our video. It could be a derogatory or abusive comment, just put it there, as long as, of course, it follows the community guidelines of YouTube who accept it. I will close and finish off my discussion and my live exactly in 16 minutes. 4:30, I must rest and leave friends to go and rest. So I was saying, you can also enroll into Bantu University. Now, Bantu University is a dual university. There is the primary level where you study Bantu foundations, 14 modules, which you can never find anywhere. they will expand your consciousness, whether you like it or not. As long as you engage with them, they'll expand your consciousness. They will make you a brand new person in your identity. With your identity, they will resurrect you. These 14 modules. So they are primary. Most of the time, they take 1 year to 2 years, these 14 modules. It's not easy, yes, but we are looking at the time that people have on earth doing this. Like now, I should have thanked everybody who participated here for taking their time to spend 4 hours listening and participating. It's a wonderful and a very glorious opportunity for me. I thank you from the depth of my heart and from my medulla oblongata and also from my divine spark. And I say, may the gods bless, may the gods imbue, and may the gods open every door that you want to walk through. And may the gods leave a signature that this was done by the gods, not by Jesus or by Muhammad or by Allah or by Yahweh. Because we don't want to do that prayer, right? So when you finish band foundations, then the gods that appear to you will prompt you to go to the mystics, to the mystery one. And that is the level that some of us are enjoying now these days. Where you say, even if I die today, I wake up dead, I have a heart attack today. I've seen it. I've had the waters of Nyunyu on me. So we are excited that we are on this path. And if you feel that no, I want this path, you will know that knowledge will select you. You know that this is the way I'm walking. And then it's not like Marifado Family Network is the only African spirituality movement. No, there are thousands and thousands of them. But those that will hear us and understand us will be for us and will embrace them. So, therefore, we say subscribe, like, share, and comment. We seem to have hit a mark where Google or YouTube is not actually promoting our videos to as many people as possible. We don't know why, but we believe that if you share, if you like, and click that notification bell, so when we have a future YouTube live, will also you will be notified and you will know, so that you won't miss what makes you excited and what makes you happy. So you can enroll in Bantu University and study Bantu foundations, and you can also continue to study African mysteries. And these African mysteries that we're discussing and talking about are those mysteries that were banished by a lot of other powers that be. Many questions that you can bring about that. Why did we lose this war? Why can we not continue to win wars and stuff like that? It's good. Those are good questions, but you have to be a member of Marifado Family Network to understand what we are saying. So I want to, in the next few minutes, 10 minutes or so, just go through the process here that was going on, which I might not have paid attention to it, but I just want to go through the chat. I don't want to leave anybody without an answer. So thank you very much for everybody who is here. I've said that before. And let me, because I've been here for a long time, the glare is doing some stuff on my eyes. So thank you a lot. How Horace became Jesus. Horace didn't actually become Jesus, but they copied that Jesus. They copied Jesus from a lot of other deities, other gods. So we go in there. Semite, we dealt around that. Semite is melanin dominant, maybe very small percentage of melanin dominance, but is ours. And of course, they also want to be like us, those who are not like us. Anyway, it's wonderful. So why did they say Jesus walked on water? It's mystical. That's the mystical Jesus. That's the Hermetic Jesus who points to you to where? Waters of Nyunyu. So walking on top of water, it means emerging out of the waters of Nyunyu. And the Johannine and all these miracles have a lot to do with what Horace did and what Horace achieved. And there is also a story in ancient Kemet of the parting of the waters, which predates Moses' parting of the Sea of Reed. Is that right? Right. So anyway, I want to thank everybody, and it seems we've exhausted a lot of our stuff. Now I've got 10 minutes. So if you have got any question, please throw it now. I don't want to leave you hanging. Then I can answer it. And we will have another live next month. And we might deal with the issues that are contemporary. And since there are no questions here, I would like to say thank you very much. Have a great day. This is your manager to be Priest Rabbi LM Mjakanja. I want to thank everybody and say thank you very much. It's good. Let's learn. Let's enjoy. Let's have no fear. Let's have no limits. The good thing about Marifado Family Network, we teach that the gods do not limit you, and that the ancestors, the righteous ancestors, do not limit you, that you can rise up to the highest level possible. And it is only your limits that will limit you. And have no fear. Fear feeds the demons. Apprehension feeds the demons. Investigate everything. Don't believe everything that you hear from Marifado Family Network. No. Don't do that. Don't believe everything. But prove us wrong. We have learned from people that leave comments, that attack us, and we have learned from them. So I think I've had enough myself, and until the glare on the laptop is preventing me from reading there, it means I've been watching the screen for far too long. But I don't want to leave and to stop at 422. I don't like the number 22. I don't like the number 22. It's not our number. 11 is not our number. 10, yes. 12, yes. Not 22. 23, yes. Yeah, 23 is our number. It's my belief. And so don't be a Roman citizen. That's all I can say. Thank you. Have a great day.